Hello and welcome to this week's episode of Luck, Mary Kill. I am your dungeon mistress, Witchy Mitchy, and with me, as you may hear in the background, is the infamous Killsquad. Give us what's appropriate for tonight? A scary sound off. One quick announcement before we get started. Tonight's stream is going to start with a summary from me, as of about right now, of the stream up until this point for those coming in. The players of the Kill Squad all chose their characters wisely or poorly, depending. And those characters got themselves kidnapped by a mafia mommy who sent them on a quest to find her daughter. A quest that they have been dogged at every step of the way. First, a train crash, then a town full of curiously named people, and a tiny tyrant that wished to rule them. Now, perhaps, this would have deterred any normal people, but on our intrepid group of adventurers went. Down the tracks, until one of their number, a Mothram paladin by the name of Velvet, was met by a smaller Mothram named Silk, who said, "Our father would like a word," before throwing him into the back of a vehicle and speeding off. Previously supposed to be on guard, Cordelia came out of a trance and saw that Velvet was gone. Everyone having rested, everyone having gotten what they needed out of the night. Across the pond, in Leiden, Duranica, a freak show came into town and inadvertently triggered a series of events which culminated in the totally not retconned, totally not renamed for copyright reasons, Professor Basil Brannigan getting away, and three of their number winding up aboard a floating airship. However, tonight we travel back into that dark night. Tonight, we find out what became of Velvet. And without any further ado, let's get into tonight's episode of Luck, Mary Kill. So you find yourselves... Oh, I am coming through somebody else's mic. So you find yourselves in the woods, back where you were, with your horses, having just rested, having just been told by a bird that you need to get the hell down those tracks. To get after your party member. Velvet, you finally awaken from the jostling that you have been through, still feeling a bumpy road beneath you, still feeling darkness all around you. there doesn't feel like there's very much air in here in the dark. And you can feel that you are weighed down by something in several areas. Metal, possibly chains. What do you do?
Honestly, the first thing I do is probably address my so-called sister, assuming they can hear me.
So, what do you say?
Silk, was it?
Yes.
Mind telling me where we're going exactly, or at least some semblance of destination?
Oh, we're going to see Father. Father is just the cat's pajamas. He's the bee's knees. Everything great in this world starts and ends with our Father. He is fantastic.
All right.
I'm sorry for having to take you in such a way, but it didn't seem like you would diverge from your path very willingly. So, this was kind of advised.
I see.
And remarkably, I'm not even going to make you roll for it. You feel several pulls. You feel the pull back towards the group. You feel the pull forward down the track. And you start to feel a more faint pull a little bit to the north of the direction you're headed. Now, the rest of you, you see these tracks. You have your horses. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm pretty sure last session we started heading that way.
Mm-hmm.
So you're heading that way on your horses. Um, have you decided what pace you want to go on these horses? And how hard you want to push them?
Morphier is probably somewhere near the head of the pack, probably going slightly bit faster.
How long ago did we figure out or like guesstimate how long ago this happened?
You just know it happened in the night. Unless you want to stop and make a nature check.
I'll make a quick nature check.
Okay. Stop for,
So what?
we'll say 5 minutes and make a nature check.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll.
Nine.
With a 9, I mean, tracks look pretty fresh, but you can't tell hours wise how long it was.
Okay. Well, better safe than sorry. We probably should saddle up and start heading out pretty fast.
Did you have the first watch or the second watch?
How,
I
how
had the
fast?
first.
How fast is pretty fast, Cordelia?
I mean, what would you like me to gauge it against?
How hard do you think you can push these horses? And for how long?
I mean, I don't want to push them too hard too fast, so
mean, these are horses used to farming.
Yep.
Right. Well, the thing is, they're not used to distance and high pace. We don't want to wear them out. Like, even if you're in a race, start out slow, go fast at the end. We don't want to wear them out prematurely. So I'd say we started at like a medium high pace.
So I will give you this. You can go at a gallop, a canter, a trot, or a walk. Each of them have different speeds. Each of them, the horses can go for certain lengths before needing to rest.
The gallop would be the fastest.
A gallop would be the fastest.
So maybe canter.
A canter,
Mm,
roll animal handling if you want to, and any of you can help anybody else with the animal handling if you want to.
My animal handling is not good.
I will help out. I have good animal handling.
I'll roll animal handling too.
Okay.
Are we rolling, or is Dan taking advantage?
Um,
It would be better if
all-
I gave someone advantage.
all of you go ahead and roll. If one more of you want, if one more of you wants to roll, depending, I will reveal roughly the speeds you will accomplish on this journey, depending on how
Okay.
high the rolls were.
Let's see. I'll do it. 13.
Chime got a 13.
I also
Dirty 22.
A dirty 22.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With a dirty 22, what was the natural?
And I'm proficient.
Sorry, I didn't hear the number.
16.
With a 16, dirty 22, you will figure out that over distance you have heard while you, in your days smuggling, would know that for distance, trot would actually be the fastest. It's the second slowest sporadically, but for distance, it is the fastest overall. You can go a maximum of 20 miles at 10 miles an hour, effectively for 2 hours. And that will require a half-hour short rest for the horse and a 1-hour walk at 1 mile per hour.
Okay, can you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't write it down.
A trot is the fastest you can go for distance riding.
Mm-hmm.
It is a 20-mile maximum at 10 miles per hour, so 2 hours of riding at 10 miles per hour, before it requires a half-hour short rest and a 1-hour walk at 1 mile per hour. So effectively...
Half-hour rest and 1-hour walk.
Yes. So effectively, over 4 hours, you will cover 21 miles. The 13s. You know that a canter is faster than a trot, chime, and obviously slower than a gallop. And Patches, you know that a gallop is the fastest, and you can, because of your days in the military, you know that you can push a horse for about only 2.5 miles, but you're going 30 miles an hour for those 2.5 miles. So it's about 5 minutes you can push something at a gallop. But that will require about a short rest of 2 hours and then a 3-hour walk at 1 mile an hour, which averages about 2.6. It's not too high, but it is great for short distances. So I presume, are we heading off at a trot? Because at a walk, I will just reveal this. It is the slowest. It goes less than a mile per hour on average. They will get bored and want to rest after 4 hours. And you will only have
Would
gone
we-
4 miles.
Would we know how fast the car goes? Roundabout?
No, you would not
Okay.
know.
I mean, you
If
would know
Chime
it's
had
faster
been
than a
awake to
horse.
get a, if Chime had been awake to get a look at it, Chime could probably guesstimate with an intelligence check, but Chime was not awake to get a look at it.
All right. Well,
Is the group feeling any kind of pull towards like where we're supposed to be going, or like how
Yes,
fast we need to get there?
straight down that track.
Yeah, we did
Straight
a
down
nature
that
check in the
track.
last one, I think.
Was is that the same direction that Velvet has went in? I don't recall.
Yep.
if we-
Yep, that is the
Yep.
same direction Velvet's gone in. It's still west. It's still toward Ticonderoga. It's
They're driving on the tracks.
on and off, yeah. She tends to swerve a little bit.
But she's following the tracks.
Yes.
It's
For
just
now.
her driving.
So, depending on how fast we think this thing goes, a trot's going to get us there the fastest with the horse's energy and us not having to rest for too long.
Yeah, we don't want to run them ragged and then get stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, the last thing we need is to be confronted by an angry owlbear mama again and not do so hot, and we don't have any means of transportation. That would not be fun. So,
Yeah. God forbid we see that sad fat frog man again.
oh god. That was sad. All right, so everybody down for a trot? Cool. And I'm going to take off in that direction at a trot.
Hmm.
All right. Somebody give me a roll for how it goes.
What do you want us to roll?
Just straight D20 roll.
All of us or one of us?
Just one.
Okay. I've already rolled today. Let somebody else have turn. No one?
No one volunteer.
The fickle finger of fate decides.
All right,
Alright,
fine, I'll
I
do it.
can-
I'll apologize in advance.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Oh,
All right.
As I said, I apologize in advance. Yeah, that was a one.
You need new dice.
I
Morphe.
yeah, I should probably find some more.
Morphe, being in the lead of the pack, trying to find Velvet, finding the one good friend you've made since all of this began, starts to weigh on you pretty heavily, and you find yourself distracted. And it slows you all to probably about half pace for the first hour and a half. So we'll say instead of making it 20 miles in the first 2 hours before you require a rest, you've made it about 9.
Every 30 to 45 seconds, there's a new expletive issuing forth from his mouth.
We should
Yeah.
probably let the horses have some water.
Do you go looking for water now? That it's time to rest?
Let's see, do I have any cantrips or create water? I guess so.
Velvet. You awaken to a little bit smoother road. It's still a little bumpy. And a little bit of slowing down just a touch. You all right back there?
I'm doing just fine.
And you are, despite the fact that there's no air. You don't need to breathe.
Wow. So, Silk, when did you get your teeth?
Oh, me? Oh, I've had them. Oh. About going on 3-4 years now. See, Father likes to awaken the power in each of us individually, and he does it. I don't want to say when it's convenient for him, but he did hear you were headed this direction. So it kind of added up to help you out. We also heard you were taking contracts with one of them draconic families. Yeah. I don't know how he's gonna respond to that. He just kept mentioning it. He didn't sound one way or the other, so
Now, what made him so concerned with me all of a sudden?
oh, nothing in particular. Just well, there seems to be a lot happening, a lot bigger than either of us. So it's a bit much, and it's big, whatever it is. Something about gods. Something about some of them trying to return. He just
Yeah,
wants
I
you to
met
be
one
able.
of those recently.
You did, and you lived.
Sure did.
Oh, Father's gonna want to hear about that. We haven't heard anything of anything actually coming through. Oh. He just wants you to be able to defend yourself, take care of yourself.
I'm glad he's concerned.
And where we're going, I hope it's not too much of a distraction from whatever it is you are up to, because I know some of them, they require you to stick to the contract or else horrible things happen to you. Uh, but hopefully we can help. So hopefully it still adheres to whatever you're doing. And you actually feel the car roll to a stop. And there's a little bit of a sputtering. And you hear a little steam release. And the thing that you're in opens up, and there is some a little bit of morning light coming in, just the tiniest bit. It's it's almost like full light to you at this point, especially after having been in the dark so long. And we're just gonna have to take a little break here, let the car cool down, and then we'll be able to go the rest of the way.
Right.
Now, everyone else. Hmm. You went looking for water. You went looking off the side of the road. And what you find is a rocky outcropping, a little clearing. There's some water at the edges of it. Enough for the horses to drink. A few little pools, little ponds. Onyxia, give me a perception check.
Yeah, sure. Perception. 19.
Oh, that is coming through the wrong speaker. Hold on. Okay. Try that again. So,
19.
19.
Did you hear that? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So, you hear another fox.
Oh my god, what is with this forest? Do you not get a moment's reprieve?
Fox. Oh, not to worry, not to worry. We are not here to test. Yes, we are here to help.
Can we
Yes,
hear this?
help. Yes. Yes, you can.
Oh. What the fuck?
Guys, I live a very simple life. This doesn't happen. I don't know what's occurring.
You keep saying that, but I'm not believing you anymore.
Statistics would beg the difference.
Yes, once there's a strange occurrence, it must be multiple times is rather forming a habit.
Look, if you want him, I mean, we're willing to trade.
Trade? No. I will give. Give a gift. A gift. And the rest of you don't see it because nobody's thrown sand like last time, but a massive spectral snake slithers around the fingers of a massive stone structure that resembles a hand breaking through the ground.
What the fuck? Do you guys see the snake?
There's a snake.
No.
Oh, not to worry. I'm here to give a gift.
What kind of gift? I'm sorry, one of our friends was taken and we're in a kind of a mood right now. I have a little bit of a headache. It's been I'm not used to this.
Boom. I work well with foxes. I work so well with foxes. But you must decide who will get the gift. You see, I have been here so long. So very long. Waiting to get the gift. The hand. The hand you see. Yes, the hand. I stayed here to keep it here. I've felt things happening. Things like this, trying to break their way back.
What does that even mean?
What does that mean?
Energies. Entities.
Okay.
That didn't help at
Maybe you
all.
would call them giants. Maybe you would call them gods. Maybe you would call them Loa or spirits or any number of things.
Okay, now I have to ask Do you know my grandmother as well?
Who is this grandmother? Name.
Trevor, have forgotten what her name is. Trevor, have forgotten. One, you really surprised me here. Give me 2 seconds. Grammy Ari. Arickson. Arickson.
Erikson.
Yeah.
Yes, we know Erikson. We gave Erikson our boon as well.
My grandma had it? I want it.
Are you sure that you want it and not one of your friends?
What is it?
What do snakes and foxes have in common?
Vision?
No, not vision.
They're sneaky as fuck.
Best as fuck, boys.
Lies,
They're
cunning,
predators.
conniving. Any number of things.
The connotation of conniving is quite distasteful.
Cunning.
I like cunning. We like cunning.
Okay.
What would cunning have to do with stopping a god?
Oh man, I hate riddle.
Okay. Okay. Now, before. Does anybody volunteer? Because I'll
Okay,
do
I
it.
have a so okay, this is very riddle-ness. Can I possibly try and figure out what this being is implying?
You can roll an insight check.
Okay, let's give that a shot. 15.
With a 15, you gather that cunning would matter in stopping, say, a trickster god, but nothing like this. Nothing so gargantuan that its hand would be so massive and just found in the middle of the woods.
Even with
Stop.
my propensity for puzzles and riddles, even my mind's high
Of
as
all
a
the things you remember about your
but
past life, you remember you're good at puzzles?
am I? Yeah.
Shall
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Out.
That's existentialism. I'm not here for existentialism right now. I'm very sorry.
That to the side.
Shall I help further?
Of whom are we trying to
What?
trick or
What
past?
can the gods do to a
Kill
mind?
us. Hijack it. Take control of it.
And what would help?
The ability to not let them take control of you. Which one of you fuckers are fucking around with the gods?
I didn't do
You mean the
shit.
Supreme
I
Being?
am not certain.
Oh
I don't
God.
believe I've had
I
any
don't think it's you, Chime. Something in my gut just says it's not. This isn't meant for you.
Oh man.
To be quite
It's
frank, I don't recall.
not necessarily any of you. You did not do anything with the gods. As you said, they can take control of your mind.
Not just kind of slowly turn around. Miss Cordelia, w- did you perchance, at the exact moment of which you were not keeping watch and allowing people to be kidnapped in the middle of the eve, happen to have any
Excuse me.
visions of holier than thou experience?
I saw
Wait,
petals falling. All right? You don't need to be catty with me.
back this up. Back
Cause
this up. Back this
bitch.
train up. Are you implying that Velvet is somehow related to the interest of a god?
All of
I
you are
think this has to do with
related
you.
to the interests of the gods. All of you.
What do
This
you mean?
entire world is related to their interests,
Oh my
whether
god.
grand or petty.
I think this has more to do with your creepy deer than it does velvet.
I mean, we just had a meeting with Palor yesterday.
Would any of
Yeah.
you like to be better at resisting them?
Oh. Okay,
I mean,
everybody. Who's gotten into some shit because we only get this one gift, so we can't really fuck this up.
I mean, I've been into some shit, but nothing with gods.
Okay.
I didn't do shit with gods.
My
All I do is
okay.
mind my own business.
I do
Okay.
not believe I've had any encounters with them.
Okay, well your memory could have been stolen from a god. We don't know these things.
Oh, imagine Morphe became the avatar of a god, and now you can't remember nothing.
You are not wrong on that aspect. I could have had
And then
many different.
maybe Chime just found the wrong textbook and is just drinking too much.
My lifelong devotion to a project I spend day and night working on. Thank you very much.
My concern thus forth has been the gods have been absent for nigh on as long as most of you say that you can remember. Why are they becoming active now? And, and what do you have to offer that can allow us to cunningly bypass whatever machinations they have in store for us?
Well, there are
Yeah, sure.
two ways a mind can be cunning. Two ways. One or the other. You do not know which, but the boon will be help surviving them should they attack on one of those two fronts.
But what's the price we'd have to pay to get this?
I'm about to say,
Nothing
let
for
me do
free.
it.
No price.
You need to read the terms and conditions first.
No price. This
That's
I'll
is
do it.
bullshit.
Oh, it was your grandmother's friend, or
That's it's my grandmother, and I feel like this is my price to pay.
Because of
if
genetics.
you are to face gods, you are going to have to steal your minds.
Okay.
So, it is you that has chosen the boon.
Well, kind of out of obligation, but yeah, sure.
I mean, is this what you want to do?
I mean, what if it's something really cool? I'm not gonna lie. And since y'all think that this is my life, then why not live
Well,
in that fantasy?
Do you feel the
Either
need
you
to like replace your grandmother in that way?
I mean, it would be kind of cool to take on her mantle. I mean, look at it. She knows the lady who gave us the contract. She knew that giant fox. She knows this snake. So she was a part of something.
And she also got brutally destroyed.
Yeah, well, that's my whole goal is to stop those people. So maybe this will help me. I don't know that. I don't know.
Well, either you step up and take this boon, or I shall do it in your stead. We are wasting time.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, let's go. I stick my hand out, like they're gonna give me something.
The snake slithers up to you.
Oh God.
The
Oh God.
rest of you see it,
Oh, there it is.
making impressions in the dirt. You don't fully
Okay.
see it, but you have an inkling of its location from where the belly is making contact. Onyxia, roll a constitution saving throw.
Okay, that I'm good at. That's good at. All right. All right, my dudes. Here we go. Here we go. Dirty 20.
You feel intense pain as the snake bites into your shoulder.
Oh God. Oh God.
Piercing
Oh God.
pain, doing
This is not a
one
gift.
one whole point of piercing damage. However,
Uh-huh.
the wounds that you would acquire from said piercing don't appear. In their place, scales form on your skin instead of where your fur was.
The fuck? I don't want to be a snake.
And they spread to be in contact with each other over your shoulder, so you now have two stripes of scales going up and over to the back where the snake's other teeth made contact.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm
And
not
you have
crying.
advantage permanently on wisdom saving throws.
It's cool.
Are you all right?
Yeah. Um, guys, I'm part snake now.
You just
What?
gotta start wearing sleeves.
You stuck your hand into the air, and then you started writhing in pain.
I don't understand.
Have you
Okay,
heard the story of the turtle and the scorpion?
what is that?
Scorpion wanted to get across the water. So he asked the turtle, "Would you help me across the water?" The turtle says, "No, you're gonna sting me." And he's like, "I promise I won't sting you." So he finally says, "Okay," and they get about halfway across, and the scorpion stings him. And then he goes, "But we're both gonna die." And the scorpion's like, "Despite nature?"
I heard a different tale once.
What does that even mean?
Very similar. But it was a frog. And not a
I
turtle.
don't. What does it mean?
And the snake
Maybe that's a.
slithers behind one of the fingers. And where it should come out the other side, it's just gone.
Okay, so this better be useful. That's all I gotta say.
You
I
think
mean, I tried to tell you.
Velvet. It's been a few minutes while you've been sitting here with your sister. You can tell that you're wearing chains. She's got you chained up in the back there. You cannot get out. They are magical chains. But she's sitting there. She's got a water skin. You want some? I mean, we don't
thought I had a bag
particularly
over-
need it, but it's real nice.
Wait, do I not have a bag over my head?
No.
Oh, I thought I did something. Sorry.
No, you look to either side of you and you can see that the thing you were in was cushioned. This was an expensive coffin that you were in strapped to this car.
Oh, yeah, I'll take some.
You should pour some water into your mouth, just a little bit. Not enough to get you choked up.
Watch out, I might bite you.
Brother knows how to play. You'll meet our other brother soon. You'll like him.
Oh, there's more.
Oh yes, it's me and father and our brother. And I'm gonna look it up because I wrote it down last week and then we didn't play. Satin.
Carpet.
It is I silk, you velvet, and our brother satin.
I was gonna guess carpet.
Well, that would have been some years ago. I don't think father's done that yet. However, we are making good time to New Eden.
To where?
New Eden, Riddlesburg County, Sylvanas Land.
And this is a place where we're supposed to be anti-religion?
I don't understand what Eden has to do with religion.
Never mind.
And yeah, the rest of you, having seen Onyxia take 1 whole point of damage, having seen stripes of scales form on Onyxia's shoulder. Onyxia, I'll let you decide which shoulder. Whichever you think looks cooler.
I absolutely reached out with my right arm. So if they bit the arm that I had out, then I have it on my right shoulder.
Okay.
It looks bitchin' next to your tribal tattoo.
You appear to be amassing quite the following of spiritual animals.
I want everybody to know. I want it to be said. The foxes, the deer, that guy, I don't know him. My grandmother was a simple lady who taught me magic a little bit. I don't know what's happening here.
Was she also a shepherd for spiritual animals?
We lived kind of in the middle of nowhere at the base of a mountain.
Onyxia. Actually, roll a history check. This would have been when you were
Okay.
super little, so.
I love a good -1. For a
Remember that
13.
shit.
There was a brief period when you were really little that your grandma wasn't around. And your parents said that she was on her pilgrimage, following the steps of the giant fox heads and the giant foxes before.
Okay, that's weird that memory just comes up out of nowhere, because I was under the impression that our pilgrimage was when we become adults, But when I was a baby, my grandma went on her pilgrimage, which the math ain't mathin'. I don't know what's happening.
Do you have multiple pilgrimages? I've heard from some of the patrons that stopped in that some cultures have various ceremonies and pilgrimages to celebrate different portions of their life. But she mayhaps
Well,
have reached a later stage of the ritual or whichever you may follow.
um, I don't really know. Um, so did I tell you people died when my grandma also died? Um, so like we're kind of missing a chunk of our history and people. Like we really haven't done a lot in the years since then. Nor do my parents ever talk about things.
Wait, how long ago was your grandmother get attacked and killed?
Yeah, that was a few years ago. I'm 25 now, and I was 16 then.
No wonder
So,
you're so repressed.
You sound like it happened yesterday when you talk about it sometimes.
Hmm.
like, so do you guys like dream and stuff? Like, I relive it very frequently, like it happens daily. It's
It
like,
does sound.
have you ever had like one of the most traumatic things ever happen to you? And like your brain just like you're stuck there? Absolutely. I literally watched my
Are
role model die.
are you all doing your walk with the horses while this is going on? Or are you?
I'd
I
like to
guess
think
that
so.
was. I
Well, I
guess
mean, if we
during.
found water.
Yeah, you found water on the edge of the thing. It wasn't.
She
Didn't
said there
take
was
you
water
long.
at the thing. So depending
And then
upon
we
how long
rested.
that all took,
30 minutes ish.
that's how long we needed the horses to water up and rest, right?
Oh,
Yep.
Yep.
And then they got 1 hour of walking before you can
Right.
get back up to a
Yes.
trot.
These words are throwing me, and I cannot think straight. Worrying about Velvet. Someone else take the lead. It would be remiss of me to lead us astray twice in one day. I shall not bear that burden.
All right. I'm more familiar with horses, I guess.
All right. I mean, I know about reliving your most traumatic days over and over.
It was a straight roll. What was it?
16 again.
16? You made good time this
Yep.
time. You might have even made up for the time you lost before. The
Oh,
horses are watered. They're doing a little better. They're fresh off of sleep from the night before. You didn't push them too hard on the first run.
sorry. It's straight up yellow outside. I was looking.
Oh yeah,
Um.
longest day late of the year, right?
No, I guess it is. Yeah. Um. So I don't remember what I was
It
going
was
to say.
all yellow.
Um. I mean, can we tell if we've made any like progress and like how close we've been to Velvet? Like how close we are to catching up?
No, you have no idea.
Are
You've gone about total 40 miles.
Do
42
I have an
miles.
idea of a pole or something?
Um, what's your nature like? Just passive.
My my nature?
Yeah, what's the modifier?
Just 2 plus 2.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to navigate from where you were by stars or anything like that. You plus you're still kind of half in the coffin in the back of the car.
Mhm.
But speaking of where you are, well, seems like the car's cooled down. Should be able to make it the rest of the way now.
Did I take shotgun this time?
I don't think that would be advisable. I've been one to miss tricks before, and brother or not, I did just meet you. I am so sorry. And she just kind of kicks the coffin back shut and gets back in the driver's seat. So, a 16. Okay. Who's taking next?
As in to roll?
Yep.
I'll roll. 18.
18. Let me turn that down a bit. I think I'm getting a little bit of thunder on my mic. All right. So, with
I can barely hear it.
oh no, I can hear it. Just shook the house a little bit. Anyway,
Because I'm downstairs.
wait. Wow. Okay. I swear I know what I'm doing. Hold on. That'll be why. Yep.
Have you been turning up the gain?
Sirenscape was coming through the speakers instead of my headphones.
Mhm.
Was that where the thunder was coming from?
Yeah.
Oh my.
We're real professional
Oh,
here.
You're so pretty.
Gotta love that.
Uh,
Can't say I have not fallen victim to that as well. Where the hell is that sound
it's a good
coming
sound
from?
effects.
What?
Now that it's coming through.
No, just the fact that
Oh,
it
because it
convinced
sounded
me.
like actual thunder because it's been storming
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
I guess your soundproofing works well too, because I barely heard it.
So, you head on down the track. Who rolled and what'd you roll?
I rolled an 18.
With an 18, you make good time. You find another clearing. The car pulled off the path here. Car totally just pulled right off the path. Directly to the north. And you can tell the tire sat for a minute. Do you stop here or do you keep going hoping to catch up faster?
Will this be one of our scheduled stops to stay on?
Nope, no, it would not. You've only gone about 5 miles before you find this.
Oh, we should probably slow down and try to be quiet in case we come up on them. So
It's good
propose
they
we
stopped
go-
for a while and we kept moving.
I
you
propose
also
we go to
stopped
like a canter.
For 30 minutes and 30 minutes.
I propose a canter instead of a trot. Because canter's slower, right?
Canter is faster, but it's slower on average. Walk is the only thing slower than trot. And the horses will get bored after 4 miles of walking and require a 1 hour rest just because they're bored.
Okay, so stay at a trot.
I have a question. How loud were the cars when we were watching them pass by the other night?
Fairly noisy.
Never mind then.
You said fairly noisy.
Fairly noisy. You could hear them. If they were close, you'd hear. If they were running the motor.
We're talking like loud as like a lawnmower.
Good little sputtering.
Talking
Maybe a
louder
tiny
than-
bit quieter than a lawnmower. Not.
Would it be louder than galloping horses?
Mm, galloping, maybe not, depending on how many of you are on horses, which I think you all have your own horse at this point.
Yeah, but
Now we do.
trotting.
Trotting? Yeah, no, it would cover up trotting. Its own
Okay.
little sputtering would cover up the little clip clops.
All right. Would I be able to pull out my longbow and hold a bolt while riding at a trot?
You'd have to make a Constitution saving throw for how long you'll be holding that. Oh,
Okay. What if
your
I just have my
longbow.
longbow out?
You mean your crossbow?
Pretty sure
Your
I have a
longbow fires arrows. Your crossbow fires bolts.
Sorry, longbow with an arrow.
That would be a Constitution and probably Strength, because that's a while to be holding that while riding.
Okay, I didn't know how long it would take, but thanks for the heads up.
You would be able
I'll
to
just have
hear.
my hand.
You would be able to hear the car.
Okay, I didn't know if we'd have time.
We
Oh,
should
you'd have
continue-
time after you heard it.
Okay, I'll wait then.
So we can continue at a steady pace until we hear the car, and then we can stealthify our approach.
Sounds like a good idea. All right, let's keep going then.
Okay. Who's rolling? Onyxia? Chime? Okay.
I got a 19.
With a 19. You
Rolling again.
come into
Think again.
just a moment. Sorry. A
Oh
clearing.
no, not another.
New map.
And a chill enters the air. There is a dusting of snow here. And a dusting of ash. And what looks like some sort of white fungal growth. Some odd spider webs.
Just a lot of white and gray.
A lot of white and gray, a lot of dead plants.
You haven't had any major elevation changes.
No. No, you have not. And you've only
Oh.
been
Kind of
turned
freaked out.
north for probably 2 hours.
And it's just like the snow is
Actually, 4
like, just
hours.
in-
But yeah.
is the snow just in this area, or does it look like the ground ahead of us is like we're in
Progressively
video
more.
seeing shifting areas?
It starts to pile as you move further and further to the north in the clearing.
Based on geographic knowledge, would this be normal of this area that we're in? Should we expect snow?
You start to sense that there are hills coming up, and yeah, you should probably expect more of this. As far as geographic knowledge, it's neither the coldest nor the warmest time of year. It's not 100% unheard of, but it's certainly not normal.
Did I see any of this whenever I had a second to look outside or look around ish?
Nope, because your stop was before the snow started, and you're in a shut, dark coffin.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, how you doing back there? We're in close.
I would say it's a little stuffy, but apparently I don't need to breathe.
Oh yeah, you'll find that that's a big advantage. Uh, Usually people like us don't need to uh, eat, sleep, or breathe, but unfortunately, Mothrooms are such that it does interact, and we need to eat like humans eat, which is very strange. The first
We
few
need
times,
to eat. We
but you
need
do
to eat
get
what?
used to it. Your proboscis, it's more or less decorative at this point. Like you just eat like everybody else with the wide mouths now.
Got it.
So can we see the car?
Nope.
We hear the car.
Nope. Do you keep going?
Are we near it?
After you
This
rest, do you keep going?
Yeah.
Who else has the heebie-jeebies?
How fast are these things? How fast are these machines capable of moving? I feel
It's
like
not
we've
They
been
have
natural.
traveling all day.
they have the power of several horses.
I don't like
This
it.
doesn't seem fair.
I don't know how it works. I don't like it.
I'm not a
They
fan of.
even have the audacity to measure it in the power of horses.
Well, that's just rude.
That is an abominable comparison to these creatures.
So, who's rolling?
No, Trevor ain't rolled yet, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
I
yep.
didn't know.
Your
Nixia,
turn.
you have not rolled once.
I didn't know we had to because
Right.
we full amount. I thought.
Wait, did we not? I thought we rested and
Chime.
then we only went like part way.
Chime
You
went.
said
Yeah. And don't we have? Doesn't that roll continue into? Like, we haven't finished up our mileage
Oh
yet.
no, you went the full amount to get here. You kept going when you saw that first clearing.
Oh.
so where the
Okay.
car pulled off at, then we kept going and
Mm-hmm.
That's when
kept
we
going.
started seeing the snow.
Yep. And the car's tracks
Oh,
do
the
go
DM
through the snow.
was dangling the carrot and we didn't take it. Sorry.
Oh no, no. You kept going.
All right.
Wait, kept going where? I thought we were at the
What?
clearing with all the fungus in
What?
it.
Okay,
You were.
Yeah, we kept.
Oh,
We're
I thought
proceeding
that was
past
like.
that.
I asked if you kept going past that after
I thought we
It's
were
resting.
giving us the
going
opportunity
into
to
that.
follow the DM carrot, and we didn't.
Yeah, I thought we were actually
Well, I
going
asked to do a
You can
perception
do whatever
check,
you want.
and he switched back to Velvet.
If you're
Oh.
trying to get to Velvet faster, as soon as you're done resting, hop back on those horses.
I didn't know we needed to rest. I thought you said we didn't.
I said that the horses
that's
need
right.
to.
We didn't run though.
You trotted, and you kept going when you got to the clearing where the car stopped.
Okay, but Sarah's saying that she wanted to roll a perception check there.
Oh, you wanted a perception check back there before you kept going?
Well, yeah, because there's like a bunch of stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, they're deeper tracks where the car stopped for a second. Not a bunch of stuff, just more. Oh, you mean at the fungus one? Because that's the next one. That's the next clearing. That's past the car. If you want to do a perception check of the fungus thing, that's fine.
The one you had the map open on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll
Yeah.
the perception check.
Okay.
Okay, so we got to the car, then we kept going and got to the fungus place, and we're resting at the fungus place. Is that why we're
That is, yes.
doing
That
more
is.
roll? Okay. Okay.
I got a 16.
Fungus shouldn't thrive in the cold. It usually thrives in the warm and the wet.
Moist.
That's what she said.
Alright, well, Chime is gonna take a little sample of the fungus and put it in a bottle to save it for later.
You touch the fungus?
Well, I have the, like, tong kit from when I pulled that thing out of the brain when we were fighting the guy.
Okay. Okay.
Mmm.
How. You know what? Make a strength check.
Do be careful there, little friend.
Sorry, my die fell on the ground. 1 second. He got a 13.
13. You have some trouble getting the fungus to break off. It tries to physically pull back away from the tongs as soon as they are near. But you do manage to break a piece off and get it in the bottle.
Hey guys, look at this weird stuff all over the ground.
You're not touching it, are you?
I have tongs.
Oh, thank goodness. All right.
Okay. A question, because I'm not sure if I remember. Since we took our last long rest, when that may have been, have we fought anything?
Your last long rest would have been in the woods at night when Velvet got kidnapped. So,
yeah, we
no,
haven't
you would
really
not
battled
have
anything.
battled.
Okay, so I have not pressed the button because I have like, oh, my resources were gone, and so I wasn't sure. Thank you.
You haven't battled or bought anything.
You did level up, right?
Yeah, you should have leveled up to level 2. Everybody.
Yep, that part I did.
Okay.
I just don't think I hit the refresh button.
Okay.
I'm not sure I have everybody's character sheets at level 2, but whatever, you all leveled up to level 2. So, after getting that, by the way, wherever you hold the bottle, Chime, if you are looking at the fungus, it tries to shift to the other side from where you're looking, like it's trying to run from you.
I think, can I, like, open the top of the bottle and drop, like, a little piece of food inside?
Yep, you can open the top of the bottle and drop a little piece of food inside. The fungus first. And then you see little veiny, like fungus cilia start to reach and poke at the food and start to kind of latch on just a little bit. And that's as far as it goes. It just kind of attaches just a tiny bit and sits there.
I think we should go, you guys.
That's probably a good idea.
What?
This is not normal fungus.
Well, friends, with things that have been happening lately with Onyxia's interruptions to our things and our friend being abducted, I feel like I should give y'all fair warning that I have something in my past that could rear its ugly head at any moment and
Oh,
completely
dear
fuck
fuck.
everything up.
And you just
Fuck the
telling us
hell.
now?
You wait till we're in the middle of the day.
Well, is it better than it just happening? And then I have to explain myself.
Just spit it out.
At any time, someone from the government can show up and just say, "Do this."
And tell them to fuck off.
Doesn't really. Oh, I wish it worked that way.
Well, I have a question.
What is your mind controlled or something?
Do they have vials of your blood and the magical means of wiping you out at their whim?
Oh, they could have whatever they want.
Oh.
What are you, a simp? Fuck the government! They're all crook!
As much as I agree with you, Chime, I'm not sure that there's much of a choice in this one.
Well, you've noticed about my arm, right? Well, I was one of the first non-death casualties of the war. I woke up several days after a man that was becoming my best friend stepped on a landmine and died, and I was unconscious for several days, lost my arm as part of it, and I woke up in a government facility. So they probably have several vials of my blood.
So you didn't
Do
get a
whatever
say
they
in the
want
matter.
to. So yeah, I woke up, and 5 minutes later, I had this attached to my arm, and
Fuck
I
the
essentially have been doing what they've told me to do since.
Lovely. All right.
It's a little backstory.
And this, kids, is why we do not trust the government. All right.
Are you keeping on, keeping on?
Well,
I
how
mean-
long has it been now? Are we on our? We've finished our third trek, so that would be a full 12 hours now.
It'd be about third trek would be 6, 7, 8, more or less 9 hours.
blocks, right?
9 hours. Well, 4-hour blocks with the 1-hour walks. Yes, it would be about 12 hours. You'd be about probably early afternoon.
We've been getting short rests every time we stop to let them have water.
Yeah. 30-minute short
So-
rests for the horses. You've just finished a long rest. Velvet,
Long rest. Yeah, we're topped off.
you feel the car start slow. There's a little bit of a spin, and your head kind of goes into the wall of the coffin a little bit. Sorry about that. It's a bit of a rough job parking. And you see the light of day come on in. It is not pleasant. Your sister raises a hand, and the chains that have you bound raise you up to a standing position. And she signals for them to follow and turns and starts walking up what you can see is a street leading up to what looks like some sort of fortress. Obviously, some old fortification may have been used during the First Revolution before the royal family that was just overthrown took power. Now, as the rest of you are going to keep on keeping on, correct? I'm going to need one last roll.
And what is this roll?
Just a straight D20 roll to see how it goes.
All right, everybody. I've been
So we're
rolling
hoping
really
it's one last roll.
19.
Yeah.
With
Yes,
a
hot.
19. Roll for. I'm kidding.
Roll for initiative, yes.
You get to the bottom of a hill. And you see at the top of the hill snow, ash, crystal covers everything. Mist shrouds the fortress at the top. There's a car parked at the front of this area. Somebody give me a perception check.
Mm. 23.
19? Oh, you better than me.
Car is not
Rolled a
even
19, but then I have proficiency.
car is
Yeah.
not even putting off steam. It's been here a minute.
Like, where are we in relation on this map?
You are at the very south of this map.
And we can, so the car is at the south, or?
Yeah, the car is south of what the map shows. You are south of what the map shows. But you can see where the carts have been brought into town and the various houses in town.
Does it look like people live in the houses?
Make a perception check again. Actually, this is investigation. You're going to have to look at it.
Okay. 19.
Investigation. Well, people should live in these houses. You don't see anyone going from house to house, and it's the middle of the afternoon. You don't see anybody out and about.
No one near the car or anything?
No, no one near the car. No one up the street. No one on the winding path up into the fortress. Between
So it's like a
the
ghost
two
town.
large towers. It is indeed quite like a ghost town. You feel pulled in 3 different directions now. West, north, and into town.
Wait, which direction is into town? And by west and north, do you mean like further into?
You feel
The map?
pulled north. You feel pulled due north. You feel pulled due west. And you feel pulled northwest. A separate pull. A little lighter than the other two. But definitely
It's
in
like
the
a
direction of the
communal
houses.
area.
Yes.
Okay.
In the direction of most of the houses.
I would like to walk up to the car and touch it, see how hot it is.
It's not freezing, but it's also not warm. It's pretty cool to the touch.
Can I look around to see if there are any footprints or drag marks, anything?
There are footprints leading north. There are other footprints that seem to walk across the town.
So either all these people are sleeping or they're dead. Not sure I like either option.
Maybe the local channel has a good movie of the night.
What was that, Morphe?
No, I said if the majority of the town appears to be abandoned and there's a limited set of footprints, it does at least reduce our options some.
You see over in the town, in the exact direction you were being pulled, a candle flickering inside one of the windows.
Do we trust it or no?
Hmm.
I mean, what else are we gonna do? Uh, all this weird stuff everywhere, and I don't know.
You also look up at the fortress. Whoever left those footprints going north is long since inside. They are the gates closed. Doesn't appear to be a good way in.
Oh, everyone's at the fortress having a party?
Well, it looks like we might need to find people just to find out how to get in, because this doesn't look like it's going to be easy.
No, it certainly does not. Um, question, DM.
Hmm.
Is it possible to maybe see if I've possibly been here before with Remnant Whispers? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure how that really works. If I can try to drug up a memory of the past.
So this is interesting. Go ahead and roll a d20. This is partially for me.
The 12.
12. With a 12, you know you haven't been here before. But the structures of the town, the fact that this hill is right up on the water, you've been somewhere almost like this before. It's very reminiscent of somewhere much warmer, somewhere much darker, somewhere where fungus should be, honestly. But not here.
Why? Vaguely familiar presence about this place. And I can't quite put my finger on it. Though, where there's water, there's bound to be people. I feel if we follow this stream to its source, we ought to find at least a gathering point.
What do you think,
Yeah.
Anixia? What about your weird grandma powers? How are they pulling you?
Nowhere.
Are there
All
no
right.
snakes or badgers or deer or cats or dogs coming to greet you?
You're muted.
You're muted.
I look around for ghostly spectral animals.
Nothing.
Squirrel,
Weirdly,
guys.
weirdly, nothing at all. No squirrels, no deer, no specters of any sort.
Not even a rat.
Not even a rat.
Oh my.
I don't see one, but I certainly smell a rat.
I'm sorry, guys.
This doesn't
He
seem
isn't
right.
talking about you. He's talking figuratively.
If I pull out the little bottle of like mycelium from my bag, does it have like any reaction to being in the town?
You pull it out. The food you dropped in there's gone.
Uh-uh.
And the little bit of fungus that you got is roughly the size of the fungus in the food. And it is still avoiding you. And it is somewhat pulling northwest, but not towards the building with the candle. Farther north, more towards the fortress.
As we're riding into town, there's like still the fungus everywhere, and so like our horse is like walking on it.
Yeah.
Does the fungus seem to be doing anything to like their hooves?
Not. There's a little bit maybe tracked up onto them, but nothing attacking your horses by any stretch right now.
Okay.
There may have been some spores kicked up. Velvet. Silk will not shut the fuck up. Oh, you're just gonna love Father. He's so great. We're just gonna get in here. We'll have a big old party. It'll be fantastic. We'll wake up your power. You'll be able to defend yourself. It'll be so good. And you're just going on and on, just over and over again with this yak about how great it's gonna be. As you notice, you're being brought across a massive stone courtyard. This building has seen better days. It is warmer inside the fortress, substantially warmer, wetter, and you can see fungus growing on more surfaces, moss on some surfaces, fungus on others, things that look black and sludgy that you don't want to know what they are on third. And this place is gross, it's awful, it's dark. It's everything wrong.
And y'all live here?
Oh, temporarily. It's we move around a lot. We're sent places by Father has a boss. It's kind of a structure where Father is kind of in charge of us, and he receives orders from higher ups, and they have higher ups, and eventually they do get to a top dog, but I have yet to find out who that is. But it's kept us fed and clothed and everything, and defended. And what we do typically is set towns up for success.
And is this town in a state of success?
Oh, this town is not in a success yet. Success typically happens after we leave. We make sure that there aren't too many people here taking up too many of the resources. That way,
Yeah.
when they populate, they don't overpopulate. Now,
Where's brother?
oh, he's with Father. We're going to see them right now.
Wonderful.
Now the rest of you in the town. What you doing?
Let's see.
I think we
still
should-
haven't seen anyone.
I bet that Velvet's up in that giant fortress, probably.
Yeah, but how are we gonna get in? I think we should do what Morphier suggested. Try and find some people and see what's going on. That's how we got into the last crazy place.
Well, I mean, we have legitimate reasons. We need a place for the horses and a place for ourselves.
You see
Exactly.
What
the
if Anixia uses her bird to look at stuff?
candled window open. Half orc pokes her head out. Quickly now! Quickly! Quickly!
Oh shit. I start going towards her.
You don't want to be called
I mean,
out
it's worth a
here.
try.
You don't want to be called out here. Quickly!
I run towards the
Go.
door.
I will head towards her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Try to tie up the horse, like in an inconspicuous place.
Mm-hmm.
You're not them, are you?
Who the hell is them?
My lady, who is them?
Apologies, we've had some troubles recently. It's not. It's not you. It's. May I see your
Them.
teeth?
We are but
Excuse me?
travelers looking for friends.
Our
Is it like
teeth?
your weird kink or something?
No. Your canines. Not yours, Foxhead. That's a given.
My teeth too are rather pointed. It is a feature of our
Curious.
species.
I've never had. May I?
He would like to take half a step. Who cares? He'll take half a step forward and just like bare his teeth.
And she was curious. I've never had the opportunity to study Sphinxin before. It's really quite something, isn't it?
What exactly are you looking at? Are you afraid of people with poor dental hygiene?
No, those pursuing us, they, for lack of a better term, and it sounds ridiculous, but they're either vampire spawn, or something very close to them.
Uh, Would I be familiar with that term?
Yeah, same. Would I
vampire?
be familiar with any of that?
It doesn't sound like it should exist. It's something that's usually spoken about in almost storybook terms.
I beg your pardon. A who?
A vampire, it's. I know how it sounds. I'm a geneticist.
Look,
Do you really think.
Look, whatever you are taking, I would like some, please.
No. I know what he's talking about. I've heard of vampires before. I used to
Of
play
course
this
you
game
have.
called Fantasy and Follies, and they were all over the place.
What exactly is a vampire, and what does it have to do with teeth?
Blood-sucking undead.
Excuse me?
Pardon?
Can you run that by us once more?
Somewhere
Blood.
between porphyric and cursed. If they're human, they're usually quite pallid. Sometimes they're elven, their ears are a bit longer, but it doesn't make sense. Their canines are elongated. They require drinking blood.
Require?
If they do not feed, then they suffer greatly. Eventually,
So
you
they
would think
don't
they
eat
die.
food. They
They
drink people.
blood.
Quite.
Like a form of hemophilia?
Hema what now?
That would about
Did you just
that would quite describe it, yes. Now,
So I guess that's why you don't have any animals here?
Forgive me, but I have rushed you over here, but I cannot invite you in. If you
Okay.
were truly some sort of vampire, crossing thresholds would put you at intense disadvantage. I would not
So
be able
will
to.
you attack us if we come into your house uninvited?
She leaves the door open and walks back in.
I just follow her. Just be like,
Yeah.
just follow her like, excuse me, ma'am, you called us here. Please don't go away yet. I have more questions for you.
This feels icky, but okay. And I go in.
It's not quite a house. You find
Uh,
yourselves inside of what looks to be a heavily abused hospital. And she
um,
continues to walk into and past what would be a break room over to a little alcove where she's doing several experiments.
I'm
Ask your
going to look
questions.
every room that I pass to see if I see Velvet.
You do not see Velvet in any of the rooms.
Why
In
did you
fact,
invite us over here?
No, they didn't invite us. That's a point they're making.
that
I mean,
is a strong.
they're the ones that said hurry up.
You
I did not
called us over.
say to come in.
You waved
If
us over.
I waved you
you
over. That is
if
different.
you beckon
That is
to us to come
inviting.
over, that is most of an invitation as I've ever seen. I presume that you have some form of information
The
you
rules are quite stringent as far as crossing a threshold.
I've always heard the curses were very particular.
I've never had any problem walking through any door I've come across.
Curses like
My question is,
contracts can be
why did
that
you
way.
wave us over? Why did you want to talk to us?
Because you do not want to be caught outside after dark here.
Is it because our blood will be sucked?
Yes.
Why do we speak
No,
in riddles everywhere we go? The weird country people speaking in weird riddles, vampires, and we don't want. Just say they'll suck our blood. We'll die, or whatever happens.
That that about sums it up.
Sorry, our friend has
No,
been in a
look,
very poetic
you,
situation lately.
yes,
yeah.
No,
And,
I agree with him. Like, just be blunt. Quit beating around the
very
and
much
bush.
we
so.
walk through.
Please,
First off, you waving us over, don't be outside, can either be seen as inviting us in, and two, take me outside, take me to your neighbors. I'll walk right into their house just fine. We are not from here, and I swear, I actually am not going to say that because we don't know somebody's history 100%.
Look, we
But
just
I'm
got
not from
here.
here.
We're trying to find our friend. Someone took him.
Right. That is part of why I'm trying to aid you. I saw someone pass in chains, headed
Well,
towards
why
the
didn't you
fortress.
just say
Because I have
Wait,
not.
didn't wait. Do we know about the teeth thing? This is Trevor
If I
asking.
You
if I
know
may,
about some of the teeth. You don't know about the fact that all of them came through at once in the middle of the night
right.
Okay,
before
Supposed to be
Velvet
so
was
then
tossed in the car.
my onyxia thought because it was in character, but I didn't want to make sure because there's like a softer voice in my head when it's an onyxia thought. Wait, I'm sorry. I had an ADHD moment. I wasn't listening. I absorbed through osmosis. I'm here with you all in this moment. You said teeth, and there's people with creepy teeth. Did we talk about this already?
Yes. People
And
with
our friend has teeth.
elongated canines. Your Your friend, I don't know. I couldn't see that far. I know the person dragging your friend, well, not dragging so much as forcefully levitating your friend along behind her, is one of them.
What? He's been
Okay,
tortured by
okay,
these
So
okay.
vampires.
who is she?
Is she a
She's a
moth
large
person?
Yes,
fortress-looking type.
a pink and yellow
Why did
moth
you know to
person.
ask that? The fuck are you up to?
Who? Me?
How good do you know to
Yes,
ask that?
you.
What?
Didn't your
A
bird
family?
tell us that?
Didn't? No, my bird fell asleep. Remember?
No,
No.
the bird
Everybody.
did. The bird did draw the picture.
Oh, that's right. Okay, everybody.
That's
So
right.
here's the thing.
The bird was paralyzed, I
Everything.
believe.
Everybody's doing family shit right now. I got family stuff going on. Well, I guess I got family stuff going on. That's all that matters. So I'm thinking family all the time. Moth person, our best friend, Morphie's best friend, is growing teeth. Vampires, whatever the heck those are, more than just what you told me, have
No,
creepy teeth. I'm not
no, wait
saying
just a
that
minute.
our best friend.
I have not seen Velvet so much as look at a drop of blood as long as I've known them. They eat
Oh,
regular
oh, oh,
food.
no, 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 no,
What?
no, 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 no. I'm
Look,
not
even
saying
if he did, it doesn't matter. We need him to be able to not die
yes. No,
and
I'm
get what
not
we
saying
want.
he's lying to us. What if shit's happening to him?
How does one become a
Yeah.
vampire? Does it is are does someone put a spell on you? Do you take a
That di-
what?
there are different roads, so far as I know, with the lore in the. God, I thought it was so idiotic until I saw it with my own two eyes. I apologize. I'm going through a bit myself.
Sorry, friend. Could you, introductions? My name is Patches, and you are
Dr. Spencer Bergen.
Spencer Berg. Okay.
I used to be a professor of some import in Leiden, uh, but I came here after a an experiment that I was doing for the northern government went rather badly, and I came here to understand why I was assaulted in my home and why my research was taken and why my lab was left in a state of disarray. Well, that last part I can probably guess, but the rest of it. Why. It should be classified, but. I would be telling you a lie if I did not tell you that I also have some ulterior motives here.
Does anybody
There
want
we go.
why? Every
What
person.
Your friend is in that
what do
fortress.
you need?
Is he not?
We don't know. You're the
We
one
don't
who
know.
saw
You
him.
don't
We saw.
know.
I saw. I saw those
Triggered.
incredibly strange Mothram people heading into the
Okay.
fortress.
Offensive.
One of them in chains. I do not use strange in the sense that they are, in fact, weird or kooky. I use strange in the fact that they are rare.
Hey, you put
Mm,
meaning to what I said, not me.
I put
Carry
meaning
on.
to your offense. They are rare. These rare Mothram people heading into the
Cedric.
fortress.
And what did they look like? I get that they're Mothram, but there are plenty of Mothram.
One of them was stark white, the one in chains. Looked as though There may have been guns holstered on his hip at one point or another, but those appear to be in the hands of the pink and yellow one. The one I know to be either a vampire or vampire spawn.
So
The pink
you
one
seem-
is. Okay.
so you live in this town and you seem fairly familiar with these vampires.
That is my
What?
other motive. I have not had allies here in some time. They have been, as they put it, thinning the herd so that we may prosper. Most of the rest of the town, if not all of them at this point, have been taken to the fortress and are being held somewhere.
How can they do population control if the people are still alive?
If you don't kill everyone, if you only kill, say, half, the other half are free to enjoy the spoils of what's left. And that's what they say they're doing. Culling the herd.
So the imprisoned ones are doing what?
Probably serving as their lunch if they consume the blood of others.
That'd make more sense.
We need
Under that revelation, we
these-
must get Velvet out of there.
these townsfolk. They took me in. I was in tatters, and I became their doctor. I have a duty of care, a life debt. Call it whatever you want. My ulterior motive is their rescue.
Exactly how many people are there yet still free in this town? And why have you all not left if there are vampires taking hold in the fortress?
There are others that serve them. The other thing that I have not been able to tell you yet. Large fungal creatures.
For the love of
I don't know if they're made from corpses. I don't know what they are. They appear to be mostly fungus. Partially
Like humanoid.
Yes.
Are they like part of the weird mushrooms that like avoid people?
You mean like these on the table? And you see that there is a knife sticking in, like a giant scalpel sticking in one of them that, to a degree, has stopped its wriggling. It died.
I guess.
What do you mean fungus that avoids people? Have you seen this before?
Chime had it.
Oh, you mean like this little guy?
That's it. That.
Well, I don't know. I think he's kind of cute.
Do not let that escape. Because it will go to them and it will warn them. Once they connected...
What if our horses stepped on them?
There's no way to avoid them knowing that you are in town. But knowing exactly where you are, being able to pinpoint you, while it's an effort, it can be avoided.
How can you kill them? Other than stabbing them and letting them do whatever that is.
We have to kill the larger ones, and we have to either kill or imprison or stop in some way those controlling them.
Do they have you discovered any type of weaknesses? Have you tried fighting them before?
Initially, the townsfolk tried. Many of them died. From what I know, I am the sole survivor here, except for those being fed on and imprisoned up at the fortress. I know of a tunnel that goes underneath that children used and used to tell me about during appointments.
Appointments.
As I said, I became this town's doctor.
That's right. So, how would one get to this tunnel?
If it was for the use of children, exactly what are its dimensions? Some of us are rather sizable.
I've examined it before. It will fit adults. It seems to have been some sort of evacuation tunnel in the time of the revolution.
What is the name of
So-
this town?
This town is New Eden, or New Eden Hill, depending on who you ask.
So, do we know what works against these? What do you call them again?
I did not.
No, the
But-
wampires? Vampires?
The vampires.
Yeah,
From
that.
what I understand, daylight puts them at intense disadvantage. Otherwise, I don't think there's a way for us to get rid of them.
So we have.
There's no way to
wait
kill 'em?
until-
I don't know if we can. I don't know if we are strong enough to face them, but I do know that you all look fairly formidable.
Thanks.
A few,
I think.
what do you want to call them? The mycelia, the humanoid, the myconoid.
They're
These-
fingy bit.
These myconoids, these fingy people, I think we might be able to take them. And if they're guarding the townsfolk, it's an entire town versus, what, 3 or 4 vampires, vampire spawn, whatever.
Well, you said a few. You said the last surviving people. You were like the
Half
last
of the-
one.
Half of the town, a third of the town, whoever's left, they have to have a population to feed on, or else they don't have anything.
Right, but I don't know. I guess I'm misunderstanding because I thought you said you didn't have any allies. How do you plan on getting these people to rally behind you if they're not your allies?
Or are you expecting
I
those
don't have
prisoners
any allies currently
to join in their own revolution?
outside of being imprisoned. I think these townsfolk might fight for their town if they were released.
Here's my question.
Oh, you mean the
How-
prisoners?
Yes.
How are we to know what state they would be in if they're being drained of their sustenance to feed these vampires? They may be too weak to fight.
I don't know. We don't know. We have no way of knowing. But I've been a geneticist for some time. Well, I've done genetic samples on entire groups of people who have come through this town. Just a few weeks ago, an entire group of young women came through. 15 of them, they wanted to know if they were legitimately related to draconic bloodlines or not.
See, that's
15
why
or
I don't
16
let
of them.
anybody have my gun.
And I think about 10 of them actually were. They were led here by someone. I can't remember who. I do remember one of them. Very pretty half-elven girl. Black hair. She had a Newtocket accent. if I'm not mistaken.
Hey, does that sound familiar to you guys?
Wait,
She
are you
was the
referring
one.
to our patron?
I don't know who you're talking about, but she had the strongest draconic bloodline of any of them. The most genetic markers, everything lined up.
What
That
were you saying,
aside,
Anixia?
Can I use
We made the connection, I think.
I use prestidigitation to make a small, like a drawing almost of this of the woman.
roll a performance check for the drawing. From what you remember
That
of
would be
of her portrait
that would
in
be
the
a
home.
19.
A 19? Yeah. 19, you pretty much re-render the portrait that you saw in the house of the yes, that was her.
Was it this lady
She-
here?
Yes, that was her. And she was headed back towards Ticonderoga right after the test.
She certainly seemed to have some form of abilities under her belt.
It's very odd that we get tourists here, but it seemed like a class field trip of sorts.
And they simply wanted to know their ancestry.
They wanted to know specifically how many of them were related to dragons, draconic bloodlines. I remember her because hers was the strongest. Velvet. You
Yes.
are walking on your namesake. Red velvet crushed carpet.
I feel home already.
Oh, don't you just? I mean, fungus notwithstanding, it's pretty in places, but the holes freak me out a bit. Now, you walk up, well, you float up some stairs, and you come across a large Polyphemus Mothram. Totally shirtless. Just kind of standing there. He's got the brown, fuzzy, bug everything. Huge guy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Is this brother? Oh yeah, this is brother. Hey, brother.
Oh, hi.
My name's Satin. Nice to finally put a face to a name.
I gathered as much from our sister's words.
And you can see from his self-assured smile, his very toothy, self-assured smile, that he's definitely just like you, just like Silk. Now don't crowd him. Don't crowd him. Slightly shorter, but stockier. A peppered Mothram comes forward. Gray, black, just feathered. Like salt and pepper hair, almost, across the face. Red-lipped smile Little blood pooled at the corner of the mouth. Nice to finally see you again, son. Supposing you don't remember me. I'm Malachi Weaver. And that's where we'll take our break.
Slay.
Sick.
Word. You mean to tell me you were a vampire?
I'm Onyx, yeah. Or as my friends like to call me, Onyx. So, a little bit about myself. I'm from a small little town here in New Talkit. My family, we live at the base of a mountain. And we kind of always look up to it. We kind of have this thing where giants kind of ruled the world one day back when, and we kind of just like to follow in their footsteps. But enough about my family. It's more about me and my favorite person in the whole world, my grandma. But, right, myself. So let's see here. I like making friends. I'm pretty curious about what's going on. And, I kind of like mysterious things. And if I can use my nose to figure out a mystery, you better believe I'm gonna do it. But my story begins about 25 years ago. That's how old I am. And I used to spend a lot of my days with my grandmother. Her name was Grandma Arikson, or as I called her, Grammy Ari. And I will say that she had a lot of grandchildren, but I was kind of her favorite because I was the only one that would listen to her and go to the mountain and practice magic with her and really just kind of cared about what she did. But enough about that. So basically, I learned everything that I know from her. She was my best friend, and, well, she was my role model. I guess she still is my role model. Well, a few years ago, my grandma and we were out on the mountain on a beautiful night, and we were looking up at the stars, and she was telling me the story, and it was just one of those, everything feels right. And I don't really remember everything that happened, but something happened in my village, and they were looking, well, these people were looking for my grandma, and, well, they found her, and, well, not to be a little morbid, but they did kill her. But before she passed, she kissed my forehead, and all of this stuff started happening. And she used to have this pet raven, and its name is Eclipse, or Clips as we call it. And they were like best friends too, always going everywhere. And after she kissed me, Eclipse started following me around, which is kind of cool because the more I'm learning about it, the more I'm learning that Eclipse is not just a normal raven, but it's kind of pretty special. My grandma said her last words, and this is very important. She said, "I love you. I want you to remember that, and know that I will always be with you." And well, I guess she's never left. Weird, but okay, not what I want to talk about. And I'm being asked to tell a little bit about what I'm doing. So right now I'm in my room, in the big pomegranate, because my family, we have this tradition that when we turn 25, we go out and we explore, just like the long lost, or well, lost to us, giants of the days of past. And so I'm on my sojourn and I'm traveling around exploring, and here I am. I know there's a big festival going on, so I said, well, let's head that way. And I turned my tail, and that's where I am. So right now I'm just in my room. It's pretty nice for what I can afford, but it's not bad. I'm really excited for this festival. I'm excited to make some new friends because, let me tell you, it's been a little lonely here on the roads. I'm just looking forward to what the future brings me.
Haha, howdy guys! My name is Chime Turner, and some people call me the most gifted clockmaker in, I don't know, 7 generations? Anywho, I've always been proud of my family, and we've done a whole lot of work for this city. We sure know our stuff and what makes a clock tick, literally. I'm a bit ashamed to say this, but well, I started getting a bit bored with the humdrum, day-to-day clocks and started working on a project of my own. And boy howdy, did it take a long time before it worked. Oh, but boy did it work. And my eyes were opened. Time is a construct. There is no God. We are controlled by the Supremes. It's all just a game.
Growing up in Hillmouth, an area known for its high concentration of Lushapan halflings, I was surrounded by me extended family. Me mother, Aoife McDougal O'Doul, overprotective, always trying to feed everyone. Went from homemaker to essentially Rosie the Riveter during the war. Me da, Patrick Paddy O'Doul Jr., was an apple orchard farmer. Fell from a tree a bit before the war, and has been sort of laid up since. He was unable to fight in the war. My younger sister, Saoirse O'Doul, turned an old farmhand's house into a B&B and runs that along with the apple stand and the cidery. My baby brother, Finn O'Doul, runs the orchard now, but he's a bit young and over his head. He's kind of a savant. He gets the right answer, but how he gets there, it makes no sense. In the days before the war started, and everybody knew it was on the cusp of happening, my father took me aside and after working at the orchard one day, and he said, "Son, you know, war is brewing, and you have a choice to make, volunteer or conscription. If you go to them, you get some choice of what you'll do, but if they come get you, they dictate everything. Plus, volunteers are heroes." The next day, I enlisted and started training. One day, relatively early in the war, a troopmate of mine stepped on a landmine. I was too close. I was sent flying, and when I came to, I was told it's been a couple of days later, and that I was in a super secret lab underground at the Capitol. Before I was even aware of my surroundings, a human male and half-elf female entered the room. They never introduced themselves. They told me that my accident gave me the opportunity to help my people in ways I could never imagine as just a foot soldier. This was about when I realized I had been restrained. I was told if I really wanted to freak out, I should look at my right arm, and just below the elbow, it was gone. While they spoke to me, a doctor came over with a prosthetic. The doctor started installing it while the two told me about how the prosthetic worked and its special capabilities. I could barely hear them. I was on the verge of complete shock. By the time my head was clear again, they finished with a line I'll never forget: "You are now a proud agent of Doranica." A day later, I was taken to a training course to learn my new capabilities. And the day after that, I started working in the field. My biggest stop was to go in advance of the troops to Peachtree, where they planned to fight and burn the city down. I got there and started the fire in earnest an hour before the main force arrived. Military force all over in a panic, and then our people arrived to take over.
Velvet was named for the clubroom floor material he was conceived on. Anyone could have been his biological father, and his mother might as well have not been there at all. When Velvet was old enough to walk and think for himself, he was sent out to do something besides eat, drink, and shit. He was found and taken in by the local City Guard youth training group. There, they taught him how to fight and sense danger as a paladin. He came of age and joined the City Guard, learning the ways of the town he came to long to protect. His fellow guardsmen, though, got involved in some messy business, and Velvet ended up having to kill one of his own. Little did he know that his self-defense scenario turned murder led to him taking on all the debt his victim owed to the Mafia. With the shame of his ties to the criminal underworld, he took to bartending instead at a speakeasy to earn his keep and pay back the debt that was thrown on him. He's been bartending now at this speakeasy for coming up on 10 years. He hopes to one day be free of his debt, and especially hopes that others don't end up like him. So he helps patrons of the bar in their times of need. Nightlife is his life. He detests the bright sun, and he doesn't wake up much past late afternoon. He takes pride in the establishment he works for. He keeps it clean, flowing, and he keeps it under the radar while he works there. He does his best for everyone. That way the whole group and society at large will benefit. He seeks to dismantle the system of government oppressing his place of business, and he tends to overreact to a drunken challenger. There's not a bar he won't fight in.
As Morphieus Strixander gradually awakened, he found himself lying in a dimly lit room, surrounded by shadows that danced across the walls. His mind felt foggy, as if shrouded in a thick mist that obscured memories and identity alike. Slowly pushing himself up, he glanced around, taking in the sight of the unfamiliar chamber. Beside him lay two metallic orbs, their surfaces glinting faintly in the subdued light. Though they seemed foreign and enigmatic, a strange sense of familiarity washed over Morphier as he reached out to touch them. As his fingertips made contact, a surge of energy pulsed through him, sparking a flicker of recognition in the depths of his consciousness. No recollection of his past, Morphier found himself adrift in a sea of uncertainty. He found himself mixing with all sorts of people, not really being able to tell if someone meant him harm or good. Embracing the chaos that engulfed him, Morphier embraced a philosophy of spontaneity and indulgence. To him, life was a grand tapestry of experiences waiting to be woven, each thread adding its own unique hue to the vibrant mosaic of existence. Driven by an insatiable thirst for excitement, Morphier became a daring risk-taker, unafraid to plunge headlong into the unknown. His brash demeanor and penchant for speaking his mind often left others taken aback. Yet beneath the surface lay a subtle madness, reminiscent of the enigmatic grin of a Cheshire cat. Over time, Morphier began to unravel the mysteries of the metallic orbs that had been his companions since awakening. Within their depths, he discovered regions of extraordinary power, catalysts that hinted at the boundless potential lying dormant within him. With each revelation, Morphier's understanding of his own abilities blossomed, filling him with a newfound sense of confidence and self-assurance. In his quest for discovery, Morphier found solace amidst the dimly lit confines of a clandestine speakeasy, where he worked as a bartender, his keen ears attuned to the whispers of gossip and intrigue that whispered through the shadows. It was here that he forged connections and unraveled the mysteries of his past, one cocktail at a time. Clad in attire befitting a gentleman of decent taste, Morphier sported leather-like gloves adorned with metallic claws, a subtle reminder of the primal nature that lurked beneath his civilized facade. With each passing day, he embraced the chaos of his existence, knowing that within the swirling maelstrom lay an uncertainty, the true essence of his life's meaning. The last rays of the day's sunlight streamed through the crowded speakeasy. Smoke-filled room was alive with the sound of clinking glasses and jovial conversation, while movers and shakers made deals in every corner. The smooth jazz coursing through the room is interrupted as the front doors burst open. "This is a raid. Everybody freeze." Morphier Strixander sets down the glass he was cleaning. The metallic tips of his clawed gloves shining as much as the glassware. Fixes his golden-rimmed eyes on the newcomers, his hand instinctively reaching down to touch one of the golden orbs at his side. The eyes of the patrons flip between himself and the group. With a practiced movement, he straightens his waistcoat and heads towards the door, paying no heed to the guns being pointed in his direction. With a smile not unlike a Cheshire cat, he says, My gentlemen, you look awfully thirsty. Why don't I fix that for you?" The officers look at one another and begin to surround him.
For as long as she can remember, Corey's known the sound of crashing waves was as much part of her as her own name. The tangy scent of salt and the sound of billowing wind on fabric have always been home. Her dreams, her nightmares, her ever-present soundtrack has always been, and will always be, the ocean. With a father and his crew who raised her to make her living on the sea, Corey has never missed a beat. Whether she's slipping into an accent she learned from one of the crewmates to throw off would-be arresters, or fudging the ship ledger to pinch a few extra goods or coin here and there, she hasn't been caught yet. She doesn't plan on that changing. You see, her father found her floating in what he called a pod. She had no idea what the hell's that meant, but she didn't argue. You can't interrupt the captain when he's telling a story, when he's in a once-in-a-double-blue-moon mood to reminisce.
The SS Cordelia, that was your namesake. The beauty of a ship I was at the helm of when I found you. Jones? Well, of course, that was Davy Jones himself. Silly girl, have I taught you nothing? Anyways, when I found you, that strange pod seemed like it was breathing, almost as alive as you were. That gave me a right start. I couldn't help myself, though. As soon as I heard your little muffled cries inside of that metal monstrosity, I had the men go out in the lifeboats and scoop you up. We couldn't just leave you there. I somehow knew you were going to be my little accomplice, and that's what you became.
Her father, a rare breed of fawn from up north, much to the surprise of those who judged him upon first glance, was a quiet and gentle man with her. She couldn't blame people for being wary of him. A deep, coarse voice, a broken antler, scars covering his face, and tattoos up his arms that slipped under his rolled-up sleeves didn't exactly endear him to the common folk on the land. However, he'd sooner throw a crew member overboard than let anyone treat her as lesser. She was raised by well-meaning men and thems who were patient and taught her to navigate, load a cannon, shoot an arrow, tie a knot, throw a punch. She could go on. Is it not suitable for a lady? You bet she's 100% gonna become the best humanoid at it the world over. Unlike her father, Corey is an astral elf. Her long white hair stays in a Dutch braid down the center of her head, her green eyes stay alert at all times, and a smug smile is never far from her lips. Neither is a dirty joke or a sarcastic remark. Sound unruly? You're damn right. She wouldn't have it any other way.
Hi, I'm Onyxia, or as my because I'm every ADHD person.
Wait.
Trevor's
mean
telling us
that
about
back
a
there?
3D printer while we were on break.
It's hard to see in the light, but that's the bamboo with the AMS.
Mm.
That was my
something.
upgrade.
What?
Hold on.
So
We'll be
I'm
right back.
thinking,
We are back, but I'm in Onyxia's spot.
Yeah,
Because
I told you. I
we're
had to turn off my camera for a second. I'm coming back.
Okay.
Grabbing something.
Well,
Right.
meanwhile, we're going to start a one-shot. I'm kidding.
I have not prepared anything.
Everybody, I'm switching to Pathfinder.
I'm ready.
I've been playing Pathfinder for 3 years. I'm okay. I'm good for that.
I'm so excited. I got the new remastered books and okay, that's it.
I
Thank you.
got a bunch of those when they did the Humble Bundle.
Humble. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they were like, oh, you could pay $20 to get basically everything Pathfinder in PDF. And I was like, yup.
I think I may have done that as well.
And then there was, I funded Aravin's before it was done. Aravin's Guide to Death and Beyond. Because I like options of where to take things. And I'm actually, after watching some videos on it, Susie will confirm, I am kind of excited about the 2024 core rule books coming out. They're doing
it's
things to
August,
let
right?
D&D get out of its own way, which is pretty boss.
Yeah, it's pretty much all she wants to watch.
I can't hear you guys when you talk.
Hold on.
Oh.
Wait, you can't hear us?
You're playing with fire, kid. Laptops aren't made to handle all that.
What?
Multiple apps.
What?
What is going on? That is an ad from Twitch. Why is it?
Yeah, dealing with that
Uh-oh.
devil there, kids.
What?
We lost someone.
Oh, Sarah dropped and came back. We were muted
Oh.
for Sarah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Weird. So, for once,
Usually
it was
we
you
can't
couldn't
hear
hear
you
us.
when we come back.
Yeah.
Huh.
It has
Yeah,
reversed.
I don't know what's going
Uno reverse card night. All right. These aren't vampires. You're vampires. No. You were dead the whole time. No.
This is all just Velvet's elaborate dream.
It's like the end of Dallas or whatever. They woke up and it was just a dream. The 80s show.
That was Newhart. Bob Newhart.
I have no idea. I remember that was a
But
trope.
also,
that
there was a
actually-
Dallas episode. Because there's a
Like
whole season where a
Roseanne.
character is dead, and then they wake up on one episode and the character is alive. And the whole season was a dream.
Roseanne.
Roseanne as well.
Oh,
Yeah, it's when
I remember
Dan
that
died.
storyline.
Except she dreamt that he was still alive, and then in the last episode, they revealed that he had a heart attack and died.
And then they relaunched the show and he's alive.
Yeah, sorry, spoilers for a 90s show.
It is the very last episode of the original series.
So,
Anyway, Dungeons and Dragons.
coming back in, Sidetrack City. We are actual people who have actual conversations sometimes.
We're also neurodivergent.
Velvet.
Heavily.
Heavily.
Yep, happy.
Yep.
Velvet.
Had just
I'm
met
here.
Malachi Weaver.
Big Daddy.
How's Velvet feeling about meeting his pops?
Deep down, Velvet has a part of him that wanted to meet his family at some point, but had basically accepted it would never happen. So this is all very sudden, and of course, he's deeply frustrated with them for, I guess, waiting so long, and also creeped out that this is the manner in which they chose to introduce themselves. Like maybe he was better off without them anyway.
Oh, son. And Malachi waves a hand, and the chains fall as he approaches and just wraps Velvet in, like, the craziest bear hug anyone has ever wrapped Velvet in.
Velvet just keeps his arms by his side as if he's still chained, and his wrists just bend up and lightly come around the sides of his father.
Now, I hope your sister wasn't too rough on you. She drives like ass. You trying to handle one of those newfangled automobiles. It's just, I don't know. It's not great. And she sounds kind of annoyed with him because she's like expecting this praise, like, "Oh, I brought Velvet home," and he's like, "You drive like shit."
I say something about brother.
Oh, I would if your brother had any thoughts in his head to say anything about. Hey now, I'm right here. And that's the most he thinks in a day.
Oh,
Now, I've heard tell of some things happening I find quite disturbing. Namely, my son taken or being forced into or letting himself be forced into draconic contracts, especially when I hear through the grapevine there are gods trying to come back to this plane.
So, are you telling me all I had to do was enter into a draconic contract to get you to start showing up?
I showed up 'cause you needed me. You never outright needed me before. I had people watching.
I heard you have some ceremony, power wielding, granting thing for me.
Oh, not just yet. That's upstairs, and we've got a ways off.
All right.
Alright. So. Sorry, I'm looking at everything you all have sent me. So. How do you want to move forward with this? We can move right on to it. But if you'd like to sit, have dinner.
I am astonished at the level of choice I have. Considering my entrance. If I had to choose, I would go with a good sitting down before we get started.
Alright. Let's sit on down. I'll have somebody bring something up. What do you fancy right now?
Well, considering that there smudge you got on your corner of your mouth, I'm not sure what I should be eating right now.
Oh, that's not for you to worry about just yet. If you've got a hankering for anything, meat, potatoes, normal humanoid food, we've got it. We've got it stockpiled here. Gotta keep the residents of this town alive somehow. They barely know how to feed themselves as it is.
I heard good things about mashed potatoes. How about that?
Mashed potatoes it is. Personally, I was always more of a steak and potatoes guy myself. Well, we want to mash some potatoes? Let's mash some potatoes. And he snaps, and you see a large myconoid appear. Giant fungal head poking out at a weird angle. Different little cilia and whatnot poking off. And it goes off to find some food while you sit at a table. As a matter of fact, let's show you that table. And we'll move everybody else about over here. Now you see some rotten food that's been sitting there for weeks on end, clearly untouched. You let it age, sometimes it'll have a stronger taste to it.
Do I get the semblance that I'm expected to eat this food?
No.
Oh, okay.
And for some of us, taste has kind of gone out of things as of late. It's one of the first things that started to go when we started noticing news of gods spreading throughout. So I take it you take a seat at one of these chairs?
Yeah, I do. I take about maybe one of the middle chairs.
Oh. Your dad comes, sits next to you. Scoots one of the other chairs over. Now, what's the news from the big city? Why are you taking contracts, and what do you want off for? What are you trying to accomplish here?
Well, contract wasn't exactly my choice. May have been involved in death of a man who had a debt to some people that I had to repay for them.
Had you come to me, there wouldn't have been a problem with debt. Not initially, but the way we've been moving around, it's not safe for us to access our funds at the moment.
I'm sure you knew I had no idea you were an option.
Oh, I know. But you had your hands full with that bar, and you were pretty much on top of starting to pay that debt back. But had you seem overwhelmed, and quite frankly being forced into a contract seems a little overwhelming, we'd have stepped in.
And here
That's
we
what
are.
we're doing now. Exactly.
Speaking of contract, you happen to know about a young half-elven girl with dark hair coming through town? It'd make this contract one step easier if you had any convenient info for me.
There were some rumors about what effectively was a tourist group heading through town, and they went and saw the doctor. From what I know, that half elven girl is likely the child of the person who contracted you.
That's right.
Right. Always so tedious. Well, from what I know, they went and saw the doctor. They left all excited. Well, most of them were excited. Some of them seemed a little disappointed. From what I've heard, this was before I got to town. It was shortly before.
How long ago did you come to town?
Oh, a few weeks. We haven't been here very long. Tends to attract attention if we linger places.
I didn't get a good look on the outdoors. What are we talking about?
Oh, we come into town, thin the herd, and the rest are free to prosper. The old, the infirm, the people who would stop progress, the people who would not be missed, the people who are nothing but a drain on this town. Those people will be gone by the time we're gone. And everyone else is free to move forward after. We are progress. We live in an age of progress.
And these deities returning is not progress?
These deities returning is an exact opposition to progress. These deities returning might as well just be regression. Look at it this way. Would you serve a god or a master that abused you?
Well, of course not.
What do you think people were doing before the gods disappeared? Even if they weren't abusive, in the end, they were abandoned by them.
I could see how some would think that.
Which is why I don't step in with my children unless I'm needed. I'm not here to act like a god. I'm not here to feign omnipotence and omniscience. I help when things are too much for them. Now, the rest of you. Back in the house.
The hospital.
The hospital, which is not unusual in certain parts of Massachusetts. But you are in... Actually, I'm going to... Yep, you're still in, effectively, Pennsylvania. In Sylvanislan. Well, are we set to go to the tunnel?
No. Before
Well,
we
first-
go marching off. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Morphier.
Before we go marching off, what what weapons? Again, the weaknesses. That there we go. Are there any marked weaknesses outside of sunlight? Because I don't think any of us can pull a pocket full of sunshine and produce.
You saying you don't have a pocket full of what? A pocket full of sunshine?
You have sunshine in a bag.
I do believe I am fresh out of both of those.
From what I understand, they don't like being hit with spells that are like sunlight.
So
From
like
what
Sacred
I
Flame?
understand,
How are they with fire?
I'm pretty sure you can kill anything with fire if you try hard enough.
Well, then I suppose I am prepared.
So maybe a flame elemental, you may just fan it. But I haven't heard of one of those crossing into this plane in eons, let alone the millennia that the gods have been gone.
Taps the orb to the side. He's like, don't you worry. I'm sure I'm prepared for flame elemental as well.
Now, we have only precious hours before the sun goes down. Maybe one, maybe two. We can make our way across town in that time, make our way to the tunnel. They don't tend to exit through the tunnel, so if they come out on rounds of town, as the large one and the pink one have tended to do, they patrol the perimeter of town in the night. We may be able to get to the tunnel before they're out. And I cannot reiterate enough, one of them is almost certainly too much for us. However,
So we need a way to divide them up.
I think what we should do is deal with the threat of their fungal minions first. Start small, work our way up. If it comes to battle, at least we'll have freed the townsfolk. There will be
Especially
more.
if one of their biggest weaknesses is sunlight, we can wait until we have the entire day of sunlight, not the last hours of sunlight.
Add to that having the entire town out. Things would be fine.
So you're saying they'd be more vulnerable during the day?
They are entirely more vulnerable during the day if the stories are to be believed. They're at intense disadvantage.
So I'm thinking, if Mothram really are as rare as what you're saying, these people are most likely Velvet's relatives. And if they are, I'm not sure they're going to hurt him. At least not right away.
I mean, that does stand to make sense.
Yet here we are, in another town that needs a revolution.
Right, well, it's going to be easier for us all around if we wait till daylight, so we could, in theory, take a long rest and attack them in the morning.
I worry at that rate.
About what?
My first thought would be that we need to attack the fungus in the night. Hear me out. If the two lesser are doing a patrol, and the one greater is in the fortress, then the fungus that they would call to back them is alone in the in-between.
So what if we could draw it out into the sunshine, or at least closer to it?
I have a bad feeling that it would draw out the spawn.
The hell's the spawn?
The vampire spawn, the two younger ones. If we made some show to draw out the myconoids,
It would bring out the whole house.
precisely.
Yeah, but if it's during the day, isn't that going to automatically help us anyway?
Again, I'm not even sure that we could handle one of the spawn during the day. Not without the whole town present.
So lower the myconoid presence.
Rescue the townsfolk.
Rescue the townsfolk. Arm the townsfolk. Then go about.
Exactly.
Whatever.
So get them out, let them rest during the day. We attack. Still
Right.
during the day. Alright. Makes more sense. So if you're a doctor, does that mean you have, like, healing potions?
A few, yes.
Are you going to be bringing them with us?
Now? Yes, I would be bringing them with us. We would need all
Okay.
the help we could get.
Right. Alright, well, I guess I'm ready whenever y'all are.
So where do the mushrooms congregate at night?
I would
Do we know
assume.
if they have?
I would assume that if the tunnel. Well, I have seen the tunnel. The tunnel has a sort of dungeon in it. It served as an evacuation route, I'm fairly certain, as well as a prison. If they're holding the townsfolk, they're holding the townsfolk in the tunnel, and if someone is watching the townsfolk while the rest of the town is being patrolled by vampire spawn, and of course the head honcho himself, who never comes out, is holed up in the fortress, castle, whatever you want to call it, up there on the hill, then our best bet to find them is in the dark, in the damp, in the tunnel itself. It's the warmest part of town.
What was
If
Chan
you were
saying?
a fungus, I'm sorry, were you saying something?
I just wanted to know if the myconoids had a weakness that you know of.
Check my notes. Again, sunlight, but I don't think that it matters. I think that even without the sunlight, we could dispose of the myconoids.
Alright.
Have you
They
ever,
seem weaker.
have any of you ever attempted combat with any of these myconoids before?
From what I understand, some of the townsfolk were able to dispatch some of the myconoids upon first arrival, but the town was more or less overrun between the vampire spawn and the myconoids. The vampire didn't even have to lift a finger. And the myconoids, well, using some of the townsfolk that had fallen, made more myconoids.
Let's
And
just
control
walk.
corpses. That's fun.
Controlled is a interesting word. It's more as though they used them to inhabit, to reproduce into.
Ew.
They created more of themselves by infesting the corpses, but they are a fungus, so more or less they are one entity.
God, that's creepy.
See,
Never liked mushrooms.
that's what you meant by not letting this specimen that time has escape.
No, the more one little specimen knows of you, the more they all know if it escapes.
We should probably destroy that thing. It has been traveling with us for quite some time. May have been listening to our private conversations.
If left
Aw, what do you...
unchecked, sure, but honestly, it's almost worth studying at this point if you dispatch the rest of them. It's already isolated.
Alright, as long as you keep it under lock and key.
I would not so much as even open the cork, especially so close to the danger zone. They do release spores, so communication via that way could occur if you were to
great.
uncork that bottle here.
So that's how they know we're here. Because the horse is stepping on them. We saw spores.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Alright. Well,
That does lead me to another question. How are we to get to the secret area or the secret tunnel without alerting them of to our movement? I believe you mentioned something about that. But
The
can you do refresh?
snow. One thing about when the vampires came was they almost seemed to affect the weather around themselves. It became colder. It began snowing. The snow traps some of the spores, so while they may have the vague idea that you are in town because the scant spores in the air and you've been here for longer than 5 minutes, as long as we move quickly towards them, there is no way for the spores to act on that quick of an alert. The spores cannot travel as quickly in the cold.
but how can we tell the difference between the snow and the ash and the crystal? Like, there's all sorts of stuff on the ground here, and it's all the same color.
Exactly. I'm saying it doesn't matter. They operate on a delay.
Okay. By the way, why the hell is there ash and crystal?
From what I understand, there was something infernal under the fortress. And that is largely what drew the vampires to this town. They are
Right.
working for something greater than even themselves.
Infernal, you mean like a demon?
Demon, devil, fiend, these things are irrelevant to the concerns of this plane 99% of the time. It's hard to keep them straight.
It's a little racist. You need to check your prejudices.
And I've been saying that.
Yep.
Things that are beyond my understanding things that are beyond my medical expertise, things that are beyond my plane, things that have not been here in hundreds of years, thousands of years. Those things are not part of the natural order here.
So you calling me not part of the natural order? I'm
have
an astral
no
elf.
idea what an astral elf. Firstly, the fact that any elf is still a full-blooded elf is extremely odd in terms of rarity and cultural significance. Most of that, and this is not a mark against you, this is more what happens here in this country to my knowledge, and what happened in my home country to my knowledge. Most of that purity of bloodline was obtained through inbreeding.
Okay, but I'm not from here?
I know.
So what's your point? Are you saying that I'm not part of the natural order and I don't belong here?
I don't know what you are. You are beyond my understanding.
I'm not sure I like you. Just so we're on the same terms here.
Half of the time, I'm not sure I like me.
Definitely a scientist.
To agree on something, now that we have all become fast friends. This tunnel while we are burning daylight out.
Quite. We have to move towards it, move quickly, move with purpose, and we need to do it soon, or we're not going to have the courtesy of daylight.
Yeah, well, you're leading the way, so let's get going.
Right. And she leads you out into the town. Let's go back to the town. And I don't know if you all can tell where the tunnel is on the map.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Is it that blue in the center? Those blue tracks, or are those the drag car marks?
Those are tire tracks, and if you look very closely at the base of the mountainous region where the fortress is carved out, on the left
area,
there is a little
hole.
cave, a little hole.
Yeah, I see it.
How do they not know that's there?
Oh, they generally don't care.
Oh, the holes she said were creepy. Got it.
No. The vampires and vampire spawn are genuinely terrifying in power. There's a reason the doctor does not want to go after them. She's seen what they do, and to be quite honest with you, you don't want to go against them without an entire town behind you.
Okay, I didn't say anything to the contrary.
So, who wants to roll dexterity and stealth because you're trying to move fast and you're trying to be light-footed simultaneously.
My dexterity is 16. What about you guys?
Dex is +3 and stealth is +5.
Yeah,
Don't
you
look
both
at
got
me.
beat by far.
Don't look at me.
My stealth is +3.
My stealth is base 16 +3.
Oh wow, my stealth is also +3. LOL.
Oh well, I guess I'm
So
just a
it
big slumbering cat.
sounds like Patches has the highest stealth.
Yep.
Of who's left,
Doesn't mean I'm
anyway.
gonna roll.
Can we help?
Yes, you can help.
Okay.
You can
Cool.
roll with
So you want
advantage.
a separate dex or
No,
just
just roll stealth with advantage.
okay. 17.
With a 17, you manage to get halfway there without issue. Someone else roll, not with advantage, because you're losing daylight.
Who's the next highest?
Everybody else
Probably
had
you with the
3.
3.
For stealth or
Stealth.
for dex?
For stealth.
Like I said, it's the same.
Yeah.
+3 for me too. So.
Yeah, pretty much everybody has a +3 except for, I believe Morphier, is yours a +2?
Yep. Yeah, I went
Wait.
more.
I thought that, oh, you haven't gotten a full other point into that. You only got a plus. You only got one more point from the god.
Yep.
The sun god, Paylor.
Yeah. I'm
Yes,
also
Paylor.
charisma as opposed to dex.
Alright, so I guess I'm rolling. Since no one else is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright.
No advantage this time.
Woo! Nat 20, baby!
You're in the tunnel.
Dead.
You're in the tunnel and no one has noticed you yet.
Cool.
Well, so far
And
so good.
can I say that as we were walking, that I was using prestidigitation to like make like kind of gust the snow and cover our footprint.
Like the brush going over back and forth.
Very, very that.
And you got a tail too.
Excuse me, I'm not getting my tail cold and wet. Take hours to dry. It'll be all icky and.
He loves being in the tub, but not when there's water in it.
Cordelia up near the front, near the dock, considering. And you see, and they are not on this map because they are not currently in any state to help, but half the town crammed into one tiny little cell.
Oof.
And they all look vaguely comatose.
So like a chicken farm.
They're all just kind of staring forward. If they were in a cartoon, they would have drool trickling out of the corner of their mouths. They are
Sure, it
vacant.
smells great.
Vacant stares. Close
You know,
to
when you say
standing
about half
room
the
only.
town, we have a vague number.
A vague number of who's left. Probably 45, 50. It was already dwindling when the vampires showed up. Because people were already moving out of town. It was close to a ghost town as it was.
Helping the
Even for
city.
back then.
Uh-huh.
Yes, go to Schlitzborgen. It's a happening place.
Well, this is New Eden. You're not in Schlitzborgen yet.
I know. That's what they're like. Let's leave New Eden and go to Schlitzborgen. It's a happening place.
Exactly. Yes, that is more or less.
Have you seen the beautiful bridges in Schlitzborgen? There's 3 rivers to cross. There's so many bridges.
I mean, this room smells like Schlitzborgen.
But
It does stink.
Yeah. Any amount of humans packed into a small space is gonna stink. Are they all humans?
Yeah.
So far as you can tell. Why don't you stick your hand through the bars and find out?
I'm good.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna.
That's what sticks are for.
I'm gonna hold up one of my orbs, and it will begin emitting like this nice, pleasant, like a nice, pleasant scent. Just something, just to mask the smell of sweat and misery.
You forgot the piss and the shit.
That was included in the misery.
And in doing so,
The incense and peppermints.
you prestidigitation?
Yes.
Well, that tends to get one noticed.
Well, there's no whispering match. There's no whispering match in here. No.
Oh, just the lack of the smell. It was sensed in the air. Plus, you've all been standing here long enough to where the delay of spores reaching myconoids has very much been long enough to alert. So I'm going to need all of you standing here to roll for initiative.
That was not my fault.
We didn't say it was, Morphier, but that says a lot.
I was more so reassuring myself than anything else.
If the boot fits.
Oh, woof. Okay. Oh. I just rolled for the good doctor and she got a 4.
Oh dear.
Not a great doctor.
Just good. Not great.
So Colin Baker, not Tom Baker.
Where's some werewolves when you are fighting some things? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean...
Oh, that's my mom's side.
Speaking of, and I'm not switching screens for it, you're still sitting there at the table with your dad.
Eating your mash.
The myconoids did bring in mashed potatoes, and they don't look rotten.
Wonderful.
Now, the process that you're going to have to go through upstairs is a little bit jarring. But you will survive. It is... It's more so jarring in how you feel hunger afterwards. You might hunger for one thing or another, but it will be intense. And you can choose to indulge or to fight it. That is entirely up to you.
No.
But you will awaken in a power that you have not seen before.
What would one call these powers, or acquisition of teeth.
Hmm.
Am I take it I'm a Mothram, considering you are a Mothram as well.
I'm a Mothram, and to be quite frank with you, a vampire.
I see.
I am not suggesting you become vampire spawn. I'm not suggesting you become a vampire yourself. It is merely awakening the latent Dhampir powers inside of you from having one vampire parent.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Should I have a certain reason to fear deities? Just a hunch.
Depending on the deity, they don't like us so much.
I see.
And then your sister comes and whispers in your dad's ear. What? You met with one? Now, 25 to 20.
22.
I also got a 22. Or sorry, a 23.
Nice. Feels good.
So we've been CC'd. We've got Chime and Corey. $23, $22. Alright. 20 to 15.
Onyxia got a 17.
Morphia got a 15.
And Patches, what'd you get?
8.
Patches 8. Let me see what these all have. We got a +1. And we got
I just love it. It's so cute.
It has your name on it.
Ew.
Ow! And my dice and spell slots. And this is the rolling tray. It's so good. I love 3D printing.
Told you.
This would
And if
cost
you
like
paint it
20
all,
This
I know, this
initiative
would cost,
brought to you by 3D printing.
yeah, this would cost like $25 on Etsy.
Which what did you craft that yourself, or did you get a ready-made as a file?
Already ready-made, but then I took it into Tinkercad to put my name
Love
on it.
Tinkercad. I've made so much in there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And I had to sand
Later,
down the edges so that it like closes nice.
after the game, send me the link to that.
All right, will do.
Wow. One of the Myconids rolled as bad as the doctor.
sweet.
Doctor Who.
Ooh.
Doctor Whom?
Couldn't help myself, sorry.
Dr. Witch?
One of the Dark Mantles got a nat 20 on initiative.
It has a -5.
Actually has a +1, so. Okay, we're good. Chime, you are up first.
So how far away are we from this group of Myconid?
Roughly, I'd say Corey's probably a good 45 feet away.
Okay. Then Chime is going to cast Grease
Okay.
on, I guess, like, where the first one is.
So right here, that'd be about... What's the range on Grease?
60 feet to hit, and then the area of effect is 10 feet. And then it also affects any creatures that enter that same area.
Okay.
I'm guessing
And-
there'd be no way for me to argue for my friends' lives here, is there?
You don't know. You don't know they're down there.
Got it. Okay.
It's a dex save of 14.
Okay. Then 10 feet, so that's the other mic, and that's... So... Fail. Fail. And fail.
They fall on their ass.
All three Myconids fall on their ass. The Dark Mantles are still there. Corey, it's your turn.
Alright, I would like to cast Sacred Flame on the one nearest to me. Or the one right... Oh, actually, the grease is on that one. I'd like to go to the one that's, like, right behind him on the right.
Give me 1 second here.
The blue
Let's go
one.
with this.
Ominous.
There we go. That's a little better. So, you are casting Sacred Flame on the one closest to you?
The one behind it, the blue one.
The one behind. Okay. The
Yeah.
third one. Okay. Sacred Flame. And that's radiant damage, correct?
Yep.
Is there a save or are you rolling to hit?
Rolling to hit,
Okay.
I'm guessing. I don't know.
As long as it's not area of effect, you're rolling to hit.
17.
17.
Oh, wait.
I mean, you hit it.
Yeah, okay.
You definitely hit it. And go ahead and roll damage.
Wait, what's damage on that? Shit. Hold on. Sounds on a creature that you see within range.
1d8.
Must succeed on a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Which is your, what, your spell save DC? What's your spell save DC?
Good question. Where would I find that?
10
Your
plus
second.
your casting modifier.
Yeah. Whatever your casting ability is. It's on the
I
second
don't
sheet
know.
at the top.
Second sheet at the top. I don't think it's the second sheet. Spellcasting ability, I don't have a number there.
It shouldn't be. Sorry, third. Spellcasting, spell save DC. It should be the second one on the third sheet.
You help me fill this out.
Do you not have it filled out?
No.
I thought I filled that out for you.
Dan is right though. It
No,
should
you
be
said
10
Sacred
plus
Flame.
your
It's 10.
modifier.
It's 10 plus your spellcasting modifier. What's your spellcasting ability? As a ranger, I think it's wisdom.
I'm not a ranger yet. I'm a fighter.
Or fighter.
Fighters aren't meant to be casters.
Yeah.
No. That's why
Hang
it's like. Who's it supposed to be?
Did you get Sacred Flame through your
Thanks for
Oh,
being
it
an
should say in your background. It'll say when you cast this. This is your ability for it.
Oh, okay.
It should say in your background. It'll say when you cast this. This is your ability for it. look up Astral Elf for you.
Thanks.
Completely off-topic question.
What's up?
Is my father a Death's Head or a Polyphemus?
Neither.
Oh.
Peppered.
He's a
He's a new Mothram.
He's a Luna?
So,
okay.
no, a peppered
So is your
Mothram.
sister.
So is your sister. She's a Rosy Oak. They're subspecies
Maple.
that are not... Or, yeah, Rosy Maple. Sorry. Okay.
Let's say I googled it.
Astral trance. Keen senses, dark vision, astral fire. Intelligence, wisdom, or charisma is your spellcasting ability. Choose it when you select this race. So choose whatever's best.
Okay, so wisdom +2.
So they have to be a
12.
12 deck.
Yeah. They fail. Roll your damage.
Cool. And it's 1d8.
Yes.
We are so
And-
professional here. I definitely know what I'm doing.
And honestly, I don't know why this wasn't done, and it should have been done. But I'm going to say roll damage with advantage and take the higher roll.
Okay.
Because they are vulnerable to radiant damage.
Cool.
Or
Because
they
I
should
did
be.
1 first, but then I rolled a 6, so we're going to go with 6.
Okay. Take 6 points of damage.
Radiant.
Oh, I don't know if I said this for Greece, but it turns wherever I like the area I hit into difficult terrain for the duration.
Yeah, and anything that starts its turn there has to succeed on the dex save throw.
Yeah, or they fall prone.
Yep. Well, unfortunately for the grease spell, you didn't stipulate that you cast it on the ceiling. So the dark mantles are still coming.
You're on the ceiling.
Wait, they're on the ceiling?
Yeah, they cling to the
You never
ceiling.
said that.
Like stalactites.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I thought everything was like on the floor.
Yeah, you didn't say that they were on the ceiling.
I apologize. Movement speed. Oh, okay. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. They can fly. So the dark mantles are going to fly over the grease.
They're actually just me.
And their reach for things is... Actually, I should hold 2 of these back till after Morphier. So one of the dark mantles is going to fly over the grease. And it's reach 5 feet, 1 creature hit. Oh no. Sorry, Corey. The Dark Mantle is going to attempt to crush you.
Cool. I love that.
Does a 22 hit?
Yeah.
The Dark Mantle wraps around your head
No.
and begins constricting. You are also unable to breathe while it is attached in this way.
See. No.
But has advantage on attack rolls. Dark Mantle speed also becomes 0. Your speed is 0. Its speed is 0. And it moves with you. Actually, your speed is not 0. Its speed is 0, and it moves with you.
So it's attached to me now. It's no longer hanging from the ceiling.
But you are blinded.
So it's wrapped around your head completely.
Cool.
As an action, you can make a DC 13 strength check to remove it, or someone else can help you remove it with that.
But I have to wait till my turn, right?
Yes, you would have to wait until your turn. But you take, 6 points of bludgeoning damage. And that will prompt this Myconid to attempt to stand. Does it have to make a save again if it gets up from prone? In the grease?
I think it's just each turn it has to do a dex throw, and then if it fails, it just fails.
Okay. And it was 14?
Yeah. So basically, like, it's prone unless on its turn it rolls higher than a 4.
It rolled a 16, so this Myconid is up and is going to move as far as it can, probably about there, in this direction. What can it do? No, 5 feet, 20-foot radius. Communicate telepath. So that's going to end its turn. It can't really do anything. It's just going to move to there. Okay, it is now Onyxia's turn. I think.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I want to. Okay, I got it. I would like to inflict wounds on the thing that's on Cordelia's head.
Okay, you move forward to inflict wounds on this thing that I'll put it here because it's attached to her head.
Okay. So +6. Let's see.
Dark Mantle. You're not trying to pull it off. You're inflicting wounds.
Yes.
Okay.
Character-wise, that is what I would do. Brings me to a 24.
That will definitely hit.
Okay. Hopefully this doesn't do damage to you. And if it does, I apologize in advance. 9 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. Okay.
Sounded a little bit like Gene from Bob's Burgers when you said that. I'm sorry if it did.
sorry about it.
I'm just trying to save your life, okay?
Okay.
And if I kill you trying to save you, that's just,
That's on
I'm here
you.
for it.
Morpheus.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Do you have a bonus action? You gonna make your bird
No.
do anything?
Not
I
at this
hate that
current
the-
time now.
Okay.
I hate the one guy with Divine Smite's not there right now.
Would be also useful.
Well, the one guy with
Had to
Divine
be the
Smite
one
is
with-
in the same room as the Master Vampire.
I just had to be the
Allegedly.
one without a present father figure.
That's why we call this episode Daddy Issues.
Makes you feel any better? I don't have either parent.
That you know.
That's also fair.
Yeah. I have an adoptive parent.
My
I have
father's
a
laid up in
grandma.
bed.
I have a loving family.
Shut up! Somebody asked you.
It's totally
Fucking
not
chime.
so embarrassed of you that they sold you to the mafia for a debt.
Allegedly.
Those tree tails.
Lies and falsehood.
Conspiracy.
That's what they would
All right, Morpheus, it's your turn.
All right. Question: uh, which of these folks are covered in the grease? Was it just the one that's in the center here, or?
The one that's in the center is actually outside of the grease now. The other two are still in the grease.
Okay, that works.
And are flat on their backs.
Yeah, they're still on their asses. They've got attempts to get up on the next turns.
So if you got anything about prone or against being prone.
Or if you've got anything that can light the grease on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's flammable.
That's precisely what I'm planning on doing.
I heard grease is
I
the
am
word.
going to.
It's the word that you heard.
You just sent me on a whole flashback. We're not going to start it on the fact that I got to play a role in Grease when my class did it back in high school. But
Aw.
I digress. Kaniki.
Yeah. I was gonna guess Kaneki.
But yeah, no. So I am just gonna step up. Like, what in the devil's name? To do a nice spin of the orbs, have them both glow red. The first bolt is going to go towards the person in the center. The second fire bolt, as I am using the sorcery point to twin spell,
Okay.
is going to go to the pile of grease on the floor.
The grease.
So I will make some attack rolls. So do I need to make an attack roll for the pile of grease?
No, I think you just hit that. But I would say make the attack roll for the one in the center.
Alright, so a dirty 20 for the one in the center.
That definitely hits.
And he will take 9 points of fire damage, and they are, if he happens to be a flammable, if it says flammable object hit by this spell ignites if it isn't being ordered carried. Oh yeah, no. Is he still covered in grease? Does the grease ignite, perhaps?
There would still be some remnant grease on him. Like that would be a bad call if I said no, because he just got up out of that grease, and he's just a fungus guy. How much extra damage does it do for it?
And it does not necessarily say it does. It said it ignites. So, what? Let's see. Is there an ignite condition? Interesting. One would think it. I don't know. I guess it's just on fire. I don't know if it does extra damage. Like, unless you add some extra damage.
We'll call it 1d4 damage, and I can roll it or you can.
Yeah. Go ahead and give it a roll. 4.
All right.
Digital dice are working so much better than my real dice. That's a first.
Far less disrespectful.
Yes, so that went off. Yeah, ignite the both of them. Well, him in the center and the pile of grease. And actually, I think that will be it for me. I'll probably stay where I am. Can I? Is it an action? Would it be an action to try and help yank the thing off of Cordelia's head?
Yes, that is
Ah,
that is an action.
Well, I'll stand beside them to prepare to help next go round.
All right, you're already there.
That'll be it.
Upstairs, there's still no sign of what's going on downstairs. And you're getting effectively the talk of it might hurt a little bit. There will be some unfamiliar sensations. It does take place in one of our very ancient coffins. It's
It
a
sounds
lot
dirty.
more formal than anything else. But the rules of things like this are quite stringent.
And when this ceremony is finished, am I going to be going on my way, or am I expected to start being more inclusive or included in the
Effectively,
local?
you can do what you want. I would advise you to see the contract through if it was made on a contract slab. And then
That's good.
I would
Good
advise
fatherly.
you to find me. We'll be stronger
Alright.
together if the gods do show up. Alright. That means it is the Dark Mantle's turn. They are going to fly forward. They're full speed. And have to stop in the center of the hallway. And then it's Patch's turn.
All right. Shall I?
Oh, did you Morphia, did you roll damage on the two that were back in the back? For the,
You know what?
how much that explosion did? For the grease?
Did not. Let me go ahead and roll another for that. That. Another 9.
Alright, one of them's looking pretty rough. Alright, sorry, Patches, go ahead.
I would like to help Cordelia.
Okay. Move up.
I will attempt to remove it from her head.
Give me a strength check.
Oh, wonderful. It's a natural 20 for a 19.
Ooh.
You
Damn.
yank and you yank and you keep yanking, and then you realize you're just pulling on this thing even though it's already off her head. It came off with the first pull. You're just pulling it through the air at that point because it's trying to grip back.
Well, I got it in a headlock.
I will actually say you can grapple it if you want to with the nat 20.
Sure.
A grappled dark mantle. That's just good stuff right there. Okay, so do you have any bonus actions you wanna?
No.
Okay. Okay, so the Myconid, who's looking mighty rough, just got a 17 to save and is gonna start moving back up the tunnel. You don't know where it's going.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And the other Myconoid, actually, let's let Bergan go first. Good doctor. She is going to scream like bloody murder. Nothing you have ever seen or heard before. This half orc is going to rage.
There goes. Wow.
And let's see. What's her movement speed? So she's going to run past everyone and in what you see is the most just frightening display of bulging muscle and power, take a reckless attack at the first Myconid. And yes, that hits. I roll damage. So, oh, and she's using her lobotomist's kit to go right at this thing's head.
Hmm.
And that is sorry. We're gonna open. Should have had this open already.
My cat is summoning me. It's
All right.
bedtime.
You're going to,
I know.
and she's going to do 5 points of damage to this Myconoid in front, which is going to bring it down. And
My cat's already in their hammock asleep.
Myconid 3 is going to
She has a whole routine.
attempt to just makes the save and starts moving forward and gets out of the grease. Well, the grease is burnt up at this point anyway. I don't know why the save was made, but anyway. It's on fire, so it'll take 2 fire damage for its turn. Whew. Okay. It's Chime's turn again.
So how far away is the one worm that's running away? Probably like over 50 feet, right?
Yeah. But you do have your movement. You can move forward.
Are there still those things like flying around?
Oh, the Dark Mantles? The only one you would pass within any distance of to get within 60 feet, I would say, is grappled by Patches currently, so you're good. It's not going to get an attack of opportunity if that's what you're concerned about.
Yeah, okay.
So you're going to move
Yeah,
forward?
I'm just gonna try and chase after. Yeah, I'm gonna try and chase after the one going down the tunnel. I just want to check something quick on one of my spells.
Okay.
Could I use Expeditious Retreat to try and like catch up to it this turn?
If you do that, you will pass within attack of opportunity for a number of the creatures still in this hallway.
I thought you said they weren't close.
No, the only one you would pass to get within range to do a 60-foot spell was the one that's grappled.
Yeah.
So if you had a spell that had 60 feet of movement, or 60 feet of range, then you can cast that, but otherwise you're going to be passing through what is essentially a clogged hallway full of baddies.
Okay, yeah, okay, so that's what I thought. No, I'm not trying to do a 60-foot range spell. I was just gonna see if I could chase after it, but if I can't, then I'm just gonna see, if... Alright, so are they still flying around then, the other two that's not grappled?
Yeah.
If I, like, are they, so, like, how high are they, like, above us?
They are within melee as soon as you get close. It's not a tall hallway. It's enough for people to walk through, but it's not much taller than that.
Okay, then I'm still gonna move up. I'll just move up to the closest flying one, or whatever the closest one is, and I'm just gonna use shocking grasp on it.
Okay. Do you want to use that on the one that's grappled with advantage?
No, because it'll electrocute.
Okay.
Whoever's grappling.
Move up to this one, use shocking grasp. Is that a save or is that an attack roll?
It's an attack roll and I got a 7.
You got a what?
17.
17? Yeah, that hits.
And unfortunately only deals 2 damage.
2 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. That is that. Okay. It's Corey's turn.
Yep. What is the closest enemy to me other than the one being grappled? Like the what's it things that crawl on the ceiling and fly? How far away is that one?
Both the one that's being shocking grasped and the other one are about even. Because you're kind of in the center of the hallway.
How far away is that?
probably about this. I'm going to say 20, 25 feet.
Okay. So, I'll go ahead and do another Sacred Flame.
Okay. You going to move forward at all, or are you just going to fire it off?
Nope, I am close enough. I don't need to get myself in that cluster.
All right. Go ahead and roll. Or is it?
All right.
It's my save, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's say, wait a minute.
And it's 10 plus what? Wisdom?
2. 2.
Oh, yeah, it saved.
It's saved?
Yeah. 17.
God damn. Okay.
Not 17 with a dex of +1, so 18.
All right. Actually, oh no, it's a bonus action. Okay. Do I have enough room, like 30 feet, to Starlight Step behind everybody?
Behind all of the bad guys?
Yeah.
If you use your movement, yes.
Okay. I would like to do that then.
I'm going to move as close as possible without getting an attack of opportunity, and then you just pop. You're on the other side.
Cool. That's the end of my turn.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. I have Action Surge. Can I use that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's do that. And do Sacred Flame again, and whatever's nearest me, I guess.
Nearest, or you want to target the one that's running away?
Ooh, the one that's running away. Get that bitch.
Alright. It does not make it safe. Roll your damage.
Is this still with advantage?
No. Well, yes. Sorry, because radiant.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm giving damage rolls advantage if it's radiant on Myconids, because that makes sense.
8.
The Myconid had a bad day.
Fucking finally.
It just kind of... You see the sacred flame alight in the middle of its chest, and it just kind of disintegrates into spores from the light.
Ew.
Very good job back there.
Thanks. And thanks, Patrick.
And that puts it at the Dark Mantle's turn. It is going to attempt to escape the grapple. You want to make a contested strength check? What's your strength?
-1.
Go ahead and roll to try to maintain your grasp on it.
11.
Okay, yeah, it breaks free. It is no longer grappled. But that was its action, and it does not have bonus actions, so we are moving on to a Myconoid, this one, and it's going to attempt to Pacifying Spore against the doctor. She must succeed on a DC 11 Constitution saving throw or be stunned for 1 minute. Okay. Constitution. Her con is +0. That's great. Nat 20. She succeeded. She's not stunned. Okay.
Nice.
It is Nixia's turn.
Is there any way in this world that I can get more than one monster in range of a burning hand?
and not hit someone else. What's your movement speed?
One moment, and I think it's 30 feet.
Okay. Yes, there is a way.
I would love to take that route.
Okay, you move forward. You just passed the doctor. You are very close to a Dark Mantle, a Myconid,
Okay.
and another Myconid. You might be able to get the other Myconid in the cone as well. So there are 3 cones. There are 3 in the cone that you can get.
That is one more than I was hoping for. So I will take it. And they need to make a dexterity save, beating 14.
Okay, so fail, pass, and fail.
Sorry, I'm a nerd. That's the traditional hand symbol for that.
So, how much damage do they take? And do the successes take half?
Successes take half. It is 13 points of fire for those that failed, 6 for those who pass.
Okay. So that
You might
front
have popped a
Myconid
couple.
had a bad day.
This is my muscle. Rage fills my eyes. I don't even know why I'm fighting you right now. I just know I need to.
This failed. And this. Wait, you said 13?
14.
What?
Oh, sorry, yes. 13 damage.
Oh. This Myconid also had a bad day.
You had a bad day.
Thank you. I was about to start. But my
And
voice
did
is
not
almost
turn
gone.
it around, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Anything more.
Okay, you've got it down to the Dark Mantles. Kind of
Alright.
him, like... Huh. Going through this faster than I
Level
expected.
2.
Were you going to say impressed?
I am a little bit just kind of impressed because, like, this is the hardest battle you've had so far. It's taken you the longest already.
We're just cool.
I'm exhausted, so I'm trying to make it happen fast.
And
'Cause
you're
I'm
down
very
a moth
tired.
vampire.
I want to go to
Also,
sleep.
So, let's pause here momentarily to discuss what's going on upstairs.
Speaking of moth vampires.
Yes, Velvet. Your father says, are you going to go through with it? Do you want to go
I
through?
wasn't sure there was an option.
There's always an option, son. It's an exchange. A hunger unparalleled for a power unparalleled.
Did I roll insight to see if he means, like... I'm curious if the hunger is, like, almost gonna take over me.
Yeah, you can roll insight.
That's a 14.
From what you can tell, he just means that it's an intense hunger. Like he said before, he's being honest, and there's always a choice whether to indulge it or not. But you've got to have a strength of will.
If I do have a choice, I think I'm gonna pass.
You're gonna pass?
That's right.
At least let me give you half of it. Not the hunger. Because there's no telling what you will hunger for. But there are certain things. You already have the bite. You already have the not needing to breathe. If you'd like, if you go through with it, your bite will allow you to take the life force of others. If you don't go through with it, I can awaken one more thing.
Oh no. Oh no.
The ability to climb on surfaces. And yet you have the choice of going through with neither.
Why don't I take half? And if I need to, I'll come back for the rest.
All right. I must confess myself a bit disappointed, but I cannot say I don't understand your trepidation. And so, it is now the Dark Mantle's turn. It is going to attempt to crush Patches.
Oh dear.
Does a 17 hit?
Yep.
All right. Now, Patches, you were once grappling it. Now it grapples you. It has your head suctioned into its squid stalactite-like body. And you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Alright. Yep. And then it's this one's turn. Wait, Morphia, have you taken your turn yet?
Not this round.
It is your turn.
Right. Well, Plan D. Let's see. So we have determined that attacking these things, well, I'm hoping attacking this thing does not hurt Patches. I'm going to attempt to grasp onto this creature with a shocking grasp.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm strong enough to pull it off. But
Well,
yeah,
if Shocking Grasp is an action, you can't even attempt this turn anyway.
right. So I'm going to attempt to. Yeah. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Attempt to do that. That would be a dirty 20 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
6 points of damage. And I am going to then use a bonus action to dig my claws into this creature and attempt to claw it.
Okay. I'd say roll that with advantage if you're already shocking grasping it.
All right. Just a plus. I don't think 10 plus anything will hit. I don't think
It might.
my strength modifier plus 0. No, just 10.
It's just a 10? Even with
Yeah,
advantage?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
10 and a
just...
3.
So you try to extend your claws into it. Its skin's just a little too tough.
Yeah. I'll get you out of there, buddy. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing. I will get you out of there in just a moment.
So the closest dark mantle to Onyxia is going to use Darkness Aura. A 15-foot radius of magical darkness extends out from the dark mantle, moves with it, and spreads around corners. The darkness lasts as long as the dark mantle maintains concentration, up to 10 minutes. So, unless you can see in magical darkness, you are currently blinded. And it is now Patch's turn.
And that was the one by us, yes, that did that.
No, that's the one by Onyxia.
So can we see? Are we just outside of that, or are we inside?
Oh yeah, you're well without. You can't see. You've got a thing on your head. But it's your turn. You can attempt to remove it, or you can just, with disadvantage, try to hit it.
Might be a better chance, actually. Yeah.
Back here dealing with this suffocating thing.
I'm gonna let my iron lash out of my arm, and I'm going to try to hit it. Disadvantage. Okay. 2 17s for a 22.
That hits. Roll your damage.
$17 damage.
You are so pissed that this thing is on your head that you whip out the iron lash, wrap it around, and just fling it against the wall. And it just drops with like a squelching splatter onto the tunnel floor. And it is done.
I'll stay where I am, because I can now see. But I also see that it's dark right there.
Okay. It is now Bergan's turn. Okay. The doctor is going to get out of the darkness. By getting back, basically almost standing over Chime, and is going to totally miss the dark mantle with a swing. Just totally whiffs it. She's so full of rage and just... I'm gonna knock over a thing of saltines on my desk. It's fine. And speaking of Chime saying it's okay, it's Chime's turn.
Yeah, Chime is just gonna shocking grasp the one in front of him again.
Okay.
So you got an 18 to hit
That hits.
and dealt 4 damage.
Okay. All right. And then it's Corey's turn.
Whichever one that there are only 2 enemies left, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the one that excuse me, that Chime is not attacking, I would like to cast Sacred Flame.
So the one that Chime is attacking, you want to...
The one that is not being attacked by Chime.
The one that's not being attacked by Chime, you would be rolling with disadvantage. Or it would roll with advantage to avoid the area of effect because it's in magical darkness.
Hmm.
You can't see
What if
exactly
I
where
did-
it is in its own darkness aura.
So it's the same thing if I shoot an arrow at it?
Dark vision can't
'Cause it's in
penetrate
darkness?
this. Dark vision can't penetrate this darkness, and no natural light can illuminate it. If any of the darkness overlaps with an area of light created by a spell of 2nd level or lower, the spell creating the light is dispelled. So it would instantly dispel a Sacred Flame because it's a cantrip, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, you would be rolling with disadvantage to hit it, or you can just Sacred Flame the one that's being attacked already.
I just don't want to hit Chime. Will it hit Chime?
Is there an AoE? Is there an area of effect for Sacred Flame?
Let me go back. I just had it open. Hold up longbow. You can see within a range.
Because I think it's single target.
Doesn't say.
It
Just
doesn't
says
say...
the target must succeed.
Yeah, it's a target. Yeah. No.
Okay.
It's not gonna...
Okay,
hit
so I'll do
somebody else.
that.
Okay.
So you need to roll.
Higher than a 12, right?
Yep.
An 18. Plus 1, 19.
Okay.
Alright.
I don't think I have any.
I think you only got the one action surge day or a short rest.
I do. I was looking for like
You
bonus
already did.
actions that I could do. Yeah.
So it's Onyxia's turn.
Okay. This thing was right in front of me, correct? That cast the
aura of darkness? The darkness aura? Yeah.
Now, is it possible that I can like walk where I thought it was and potentially see it in the darkness?
No, it's in magical darkness. You and it would be in the darkness together. You might bump into it.
Okay, because I'm trying to do a spell that needs sight.
Unless you've got something that allows you to see in magical darkness, then most things you do will be at disadvantage.
1 second. Oh boy. I guess I'll just take out my sickle that I rarely use and just try and hit it.
Okay. Roll a disadvantage to hit.
14.
14 hits. Roll your damage.
Hey. Okay. Oh. Where'd it go? Five.
All right. Cool. Morphier.
Right. Well, suppose I can only see the one. So I will, guess I'll step up into the right, I guess, so that I can see in between the gap, and I'll try and shoot off a firebolt at the mantle I can see.
You're gonna shoot off a firebolt at the one you can see.
Yes, there's
Okay. I'll move you
step up to the little clearing area.
back here so that you can get the angle on it. So you can shoot the firebolt. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Yeah, I guess my luck has ended for the evening. That's just a 10.
Do you have a plus anything, or is that a 10 total?
That was plus. Yeah, that was a 5 on the die, believe it or not. I think I have a finite set of good rolls. Unfortunately, it's not enough to last an entire session. So
I feel like you've just been having really bad luck rolling this session.
Yeah.
I do want to let y'all know, y'all took out the mashed potatoes guy.
Oh, how unfortunate. This is also why a lot of the times I build my characters where their main arsenals are saves. So I'm like, no, you roll. Roll.
Velvet feels a light sense of disappointment out of nowhere.
Patches, it's
Not
your
my
turn.
mashed taters.
Alright, I will. Can my tiny legs get to the one I can see? Well, get within. What is it? 15 feet of the one I can see?
Yep.
Alright, let's hit him with the lash.
I like how the two like
22.
smaller. Yeah, that hits. I like how the smaller characters are basically standing under the doctor.
I mean, if I need to, I can hide underneath. I can hide behind him. That's only 4. No, wait, 7. And add my bonus. 7.
Okay. Whew, that one's looking rough.
And that's it for me.
Alright, it is Chime's turn again. Actually, no, it's Brigand's turn. She's gonna swing on it. Whoo! She's gonna hit. She's going to... Yep, that'll do it. She pops that sucker right in the face. In its many little eyes. And the light leaves those eyes. As there is now one dark mantle left in the entirety of the hallway.
And it's in the dark.
It's got a mantle of darkness around it, you might say. Velvet.
Yes, Peppy.
You are... Let's head upstairs. And your father leads you up the table, past what used to be a throne room, up a tower, and to a coffin. Now I'm going to try to pull you out early, at the halfway point. This is increasingly dangerous. So if it comes to it, do you want me to leave you for the full time or risk everything?
Are vampires virtually unheard of, or could I do some sort of religion check to see if there's any?
Oh, you could definitely
No.
do a religion check.
Okay.
And they're not unheard of. You know what, like, everybody's heard of the vampire stories. It's just, they seem like they're just stories. So,
I'm basically looking for if there's, like, downsides he's not mentioning, or if he's going to secretly be able to control control my mind after this.
okay, yeah, you can check for that.
That is a 17.
So you distinctly heard him say the word Dompier. And you know, for a fact, that vampires can't control Dompier. They can only control vampire spawn. What he's offering to put you through is not what he put your siblings through. What he put your siblings through allows him to control them.
So he's just deciding to give
He
me
thinks-
more power than my siblings.
More freedom than your siblings.
Okay.
He thinks you have potential to use the freedom possibly better than they did.
I hate that I'm so torn.
While our good friend is deciding, it is now Chime's turn.
Yeah, Chime is real hyped after seeing that half orc just utterly destroy that flying thing. And so he's just gonna run over to the other one and he's gonna try to shock and grasp the other one. I don't know if I need disadvantage for that.
Yeah, it's disadvantage. You're in magical darkness now.
Okay, so I got a 12 to hit.
12 to hit. 12 hits. Do some damage.
That's a whopping 5 damage.
Hit. Oh. Okay, that hit another dice. That's not even. No, I'm not doing that. 13 plus 1. So I'm checking what the Constitution save is. Yeah, it saves. 5 damage. Alright. Corey, it's your turn.
I will go ahead and try and shoot the one in the darkness with my longbow.
Okay. Roll
So-
that d20 plus dex to hit. With disadvantage.
Wow. With disadvantage,
Yeah.
I rolled a nat 1. So 4.
You trip and fall flat on your face. You are prone.
Of course.
Onyxia, it's your turn again.
I'm gonna use my sickle.
Swing away.
That's 12 again.
12 hits again.
For 6 damage.
All right. It is looking kind of not great, even though you can't see it.
Oh.
Oh, wait, it's going to make a con save.
Yeah, is it keeping concentration?
It fails concentration, finally. The darkness drops. And now, Morphier, you can see it.
Just in time. As I am going to say to hell with rolling, and I'm going to hold up my orb, and 3 points of light are going to shoot out and aim directly at this little mantle for a total of.
This magic missile?
It sure is.
Hmm.
That would be.
Love me some guaranteed hit points.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
3d4?
Where's this go?
Yeah, that'd be 3d4.
I believe that was it.
It's a d4 per dart.
Yeah.
My ridiculous gamepad disappeared, but I believe that was 7 points of damage.
Okay. Well, at 7 points of damage, and I wasn't even going to make you roll because it was so low. We are out of initiative because you all have beaten this fight.
Thank fuck.
Dun, 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 dun.
As I have been obsessed with that game for,
Yeah, it's almost midnight, so.
All right. And we've got one more thing.
I had a feeling.
What's your choice?
My commands were stuck.
What?
Sorry, she's very adamant on playing her game too.
Oh, sorry.
I was like, was that my screen?
He's gonna stay. Leave me in.
All right. And with that, Velvet climbs in the coffin, and the rest of you make your way out of the tunnel into the courtyard. And that's where we're going to leave it for tonight.
Woo!
Now,
Session.
until next week, we think you all are fantastic. Thank you for sticking with us for this epically long episode. We did not mean to go this. I definitely didn't mean for it to go this long. You are all behind on Critical Role now, so go catch up. We love you all. Have a good night. And we look forward to seeing you next week on Luck, Marry, Kill.
Bye.
And my heart is full of pain. I'm 1,000 miles away from home, just waiting for a train.